Greetings, greetings, greetings. Hello, Vegeta. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Today is a beautiful day. Beautiful day. Why? Because we're here as examples of the glorious power, majesty, and wonder of Purusha, of God, of soul, whatever you want to call it. You're here, fully alive and fully aware. That's a good thing, especially considering if you've come from a past or from times where it didn't feel so good. And here's the thing, it doesn't have to feel good as long as you have the knowledge of what you actually are, of who you actually are, and where you're headed. You're not doomed. You are not fated to misery and suffering for the rest of your life. You're not. I don't care how strongly you believe that. You will soon find that that is a lie. For if you're learning this holy science, it's for a reason. This type of stuff is on a need to know basis. You don't just get privy to this information just because. You don't happen to find this YouTube channel or these books or this subject matter. You don't just find it just because. It is to be used. That's why they call it the holy science. It's to be used. And it's to be used to help to uplift soul from out of matter, no matter where it may be. That may be in bystanders, people you pass in the grocery store, maybe family members, maybe complete strangers on the internet who you'll never meet. And oftentimes we don't know. When I was a Christian, they used to talk about how be careful how you treat strangers because you never know when you'll be entertaining an angel unawares. And they also say things like, it's good to preach the word of God because for some people, you might be the preacher. You might be the only access they have to Christ. Well, guess what? I'm not a Christian, and this is not a church. But we understand, since we're deeper than Christians, or the average Christian, I'll say, we understand that the Tifereth energy is synonymous with what they call the Christ energy. But we know that there's way more depth to that. Now, we're not going to talk about that tonight. We're going to get to that on the next chapter. Tonight, we're going to actually talk about the active, aggressive force of this holy aspect. Last night, we talked about the passive, masculine, upbuilding aspect of the same kingly God force on this side of Doth. So today, we're going to talk about its balancing counterpart, Gibera. And what a coincidence that today is Tuesday. The color is red. And Tuesday is ruled by Mars, which just so happens to be red, right? So welcome, welcome. I'm in a good mood, and I hope you are too. And if you're not, you will be in about 15 minutes. So, peace and greetings to my wonderful long distance family. I was just talking with my friend earlier about how, well, she was talking to me and she's like, she's visiting a new country and she's saying how alien she feels. She doesn't speak the language. But the thing is, it's all the same. Same stuff, just different language. And everything seems so foreign, right? Yet, everything is just matter. All the stuff and the jewels and the trinkets, it's just matter. And she said how she feels like an alien, right? And I said, I totally relate because I feel like an alien too, right? Even family members don't even feel like family members anymore. And it's not even about not talking with them, right? It's not even about a lack of communication. It's mainly due to the fact that I see now people in terms of thought processes. And it's like to see how people think and how they deduce and break down the world, it just seems so strange to me, especially dealing with what I know, right? And it's like I start to put certain people in these categories naturally, not on purpose. I'm working on it. But I naturally start to put people in categories based on how they think. And it's like there's a certain category of person who limits themselves with walls, right? Self limitation, blocked in. And they, for whatever reason, don't have what it takes to break free from those walls. And I see that. And it seems so foreign and so strange to me. And I feel like I shouldn't have made that category because so many people fit into it now where I literally feel like, I mean, I don't live on a mountain, right? I don't live in the forest, but I feel just as isolated. And it's not a bad thing, right? I don't miss I don't miss some of that shit. But it really does feel like I am of a different species altogether. Not in a superior way, but just in like the way that y'all see the world is not the same way that I see the world. But anyways, I'm only sharing that story because I'm positive a lot of y'all feel that way too. Like an alien walking among people that you know. But don't be discouraged. Don't be discouraged. There's a reason for this. There's a reason for this. And if you haven't found it yet, you will. Just stay focused. All right? So that's enough of my pep talk. I'm about to go get my pep drink. And we about to get to this pep chapter. You feel me? Gucci bandana. It's a good ass day. Color red. I'm going to heal myself with this extremely healthy peach soda. One time. Let me show y'all something real quick. Real quick. Real quick. Okay, so beautiful. And no altar is complete without unicorns. And how can you not pay homage to death? All hail the goddess. All right, but that's enough time. Let's go back to the readings. Good shit, good shit. I love it. I love it. Lily June says, I'm physically isolated in the boondocks, right? Oh, yeah. Well, you're not totally isolated. I'm sure you got lots of animals out there. Travis Harris says, definitely relate. People still geeked. It's football season. I get it, but I don't. Right, man. Cycles and patterns. And this is a strong pattern that's been in play for a very long time, has it not? Okay. All right. Ashley B says, it's nice to come to a place where I don't fault people who do worship purely physical expressions. It's all the same thing anyways, just varying degrees of the visible spectrum. And that's true, because everything that's manifest is the God is Prakriti. Everything manifest is Prakriti. No matter how you slice it, at the end and the beginning of the day, everything manifest is Prakriti. And within that, everything is going to be a form of Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. So again, everything manifest is going to be Prakriti. There ain't nothing evil here. Evil is what you make it. And why are you going to have to do that? Okay. Moby, peace, peace. Society Ejects, peace, peace. Matthew Watson, peace. Om, welcome, peace. Ashley B, peace. Unicorn Universe, peace. Christopher Ramjatan, peace. Golden Apple Tree, peace to you. Sunshine Chick, peace. We grow natural. Welcome back. Peace, peace. Away, peace. Greetings. Hala Vegeta, of course. Mystical Koala. Peace, peace. Hecate. Peace to you. Peace. Framestar Films. Peace, peace. Archangel Raphael. Peace. Pablo X69. Peace. Atropa. Peace. Good to see you. I hope I didn't miss anybody. Aum says Prakriti is Shakti Durga. Am I right? Prakriti is everything. Prakriti is everything. There's nothing that is not Prakriti. Period. Gerald Sunbright, peace. But the highest levels of Prakriti, they're only the highest levels because they're pure Prakriti. And pure Prakriti is the three gunas. And the three gunas are often personified as Lakshmi, Durga, Saraswati. Or conversely, Vishnu, Brahma, Shiva. Either way, it's Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. That's what Prakriti is built off of. So everything you see is going to be a manifestation of a combination of those three elements. But at the highest levels, it's going to be pure Rajas, pure Tamas, and pure Sattva. That's why the Tri-Devi goddess is so important, because she is the purified aspect of existence. So that's why it's very beneficial and auspicious to have some type of representation giving praise to those three aspects of reality, because that's a reflection of you giving praise to what's real, as opposed to what's not real, like, say, football. Are you ready for some football? I'm just resetting my music track, and then we are getting right into it. I promise, I promise, I promise. 2-9. Actually, I should probably change the track. I'll change it after this. Okay, let's get started. All right. WVT says his name is Mystical Koala, reading the Mystical Qabalah. I love it, right? Okay. Lingerie football, and then it went away. Oh, man. Okay. Let's begin. Life is good, y'all. Life is good. And it gets better when you start to realize that. So, baseball's never been hotter with the Jacksonville Suns. Okie dokie. There we go. Oh, don't zoom in. Zoom out. There we go. And to turn this camera around. Perfect. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right. And listen, guys, when I talk about when you cross over, you gotta know this shit. And it's not just about you saying it. I mean that. Don't tell me. Don't tell anybody else. You need to know this stuff. I don't care if you know it. And I don't mean I don't care as in I don't care. What I'm saying is, when you pass to that next level, I'm not going to be there. At least not in this form. It's going to be you, Prakriti, and Purusha. Or whatever names you got for matter and soul. And the question is going to be, who are you? And depending on your answer to that question, is going to be the next move. So don't tell me you understand. Prove to yourself that you understand. All right? This is not a dick swinging contest. This is not a pissing contest. This is not a contest to see who's got the biggest titties. All right? I'm here to teach this information because, from my experience, this is what has helped me get to where I am. So take this information and apply it to yourself. Not for debates, not for posting online, not for going back and forth with somebody. This is for you. And just like Brother Panic said one time, I'm teaching you how to die, not teaching you how to live. I'm not teaching you how to have a better experience watching football, have a better Thanksgiving dinner. I'm not here to teach you how to raise better kids, right? Because none of that shit matters. What you're definitely going to do is die. So I'm here to teach you how to die. All right? Now let's talk about Gibara. Because I mean, if occult understanding was a dick swinging contest, then I mean, King Kong ain't got nothing on me. I love it. I'm putting cases on all you bitches. Shoot program, nigga. You're gonna be playing basketball in Pelican Bay when I get through with you. One of the greatest scenes in cinema history. I'm telling you, and I don't even remember the movie. I just remember that scene. That's how good it was. King Kong ain't got nothing on me. Shoot program, nigga. Shoot program. All right, are we ready? Are we ready? Oh yeah, almost forgot. Let's get it cracking. There we go. Shoo. Chapter 19. Gibara, the fifth Sephirah. Title: Gibara. Strength, severity. Magical image: a mighty warrior in his chariot. Situation on the tree: in the center of the pillar of severity. Yetziratic text: the fifth path is called the radical intelligence because it resembles unity, uniting itself to Binah, understanding, which emanates from the primordial depths of Chokmah, wisdom. Now, recall what the Yetziratic text was about Chesed. If you don't mind, let's go back, because remember what remember what she said. You understand the Sephiroths in relationship to the others. Now, what the Yetziratic text for Chesed is, the fourth path is called the cohesive, the receptive intelligence. So we got the radical intelligence, and we got the receptive intelligence. The receptive intelligence is because it contains all the holy powers, and from it emanate all the spiritual virtues with the most exalted essences. They emanate from one from another by the virtue of the primordial emanation, the highest crown, Kether. So what she explained was that this was called the cohesive intelligence because it literally receives everything from the upper triad and it synthesizes them together. If you look on verse 31 of chapter 18, she breaks that down. She says, how clearly can we see the meaning of these words? We've learned to look upon Chesed through the symbol of the king seated on his throne, organizing the resources and prosperity of his kingdom and causing all things to be drawn together into an ordered whole for the common good. So don't think that receptive means feminine, and don't think that radical means masculine. Because what she broke down here is the blue sphere of Jupiter on the masculine pillar, on the positive pillar. It's called the receptive intelligence. Now check this out. What she talked about that also we learned from Ophiel is that gender is reversed upon the planes. So masculine on the physical plane is feminine on the astral plane, which is masculine again on the mental plane, feminine again on the spiritual plane. So on this higher plane, the masculine is actually receptive, but not in the way that you might think of earthly terms. The receptive aspect of chesed is that king on the throne organizing the resources and the prosperity of his kingdom. And he's doing that. He's causing all the things to be drawn together into an ordered whole for the common good. So, what I want you to do is while you're listening and reading and studying the occult and the tree of life specifically, understand that gender does not mean sex organs. Okay, gender means how these things operate. Clear? Are we clear? I was gonna skip ahead a little bit. But I guess we'll get there when we get there, huh? Ooh, this is gonna be a long one, y'all. Do y'all see all that? Holy, no problem. No problem. So again, don't be like these folks and just get triggered because of something physical or something earthly. You know what I'm saying? Don't sit here and get triggered. Petty Midnight Gospel. Peace. Om says, who is the author and where did he get that knowledge from? Because we cannot follow blindly. We need an explanation. That's true. And by we, you mean you. Speak for yourself. First of all, it is not a he, it's a she. Dion Fortune is the author. And you might be new to the channel, but Dion Fortune has a very long history and a very deep impact on occult teachings. So for you, it might be following blindly because you don't know who she is or the rest of this book. But for me, it's far from following blindly. Far from following blindly. The good thing about studying is that you can do comparative research, right? Because look, if you don't know any of this stuff, you got no choice but to follow blindly. Capiche? You got no choice. But as you begin to pick up information and learn, you compare different things to what you do know and what you don't know, and eventually start to come to a conclusion of what works and what doesn't work. So if your criteria is you got to know the author and where she get that knowledge from, you know, you can either not listen or you're going to have to follow blindly because number one, that's not the subject of this video, but number two, it's a little too much for me to get into right now. But just do your research. Her name is Dion Fortune. She's the author of this book. She wrote a book previous to this called The Cosmic Doctrine, which goes into even more detail than this information. But where did she get her information from? Through study and through practice. And it's all detailed, all documented. So again, if you want to know, do your research. Otherwise, listen and take notes. I'm not here to convince you or nothing. If you don't like this info, by all means, do what you got to do. But I have been through a lot of different books, and I've been through this specific book multiple times. And there's not a single word in this book that I have found contradicted in my experience or any other text which is worth its salt. In other words, it's vetted by my experience. But if you need more than that, you're going to have to get more than that. You dig? I'm not here to convince you, but I can say from my experience, this is the pinnacle of what I found on Kabbalistic literature. Which is why I'm spending so much time on each chapter. And I don't know if you've seen any other chapters, but there's so many gems on damn near every page. You know what I'm saying? The question isn't, can I trust this author? The question is, how do I verify this for myself? So, hope that answers your question. Let's continue. So again, the Yetzeretic text. And by the way, there's a book called the Sefer Yetzirah, which is very old. That's specifically where the Yetzeretic texts come from. You can get that book. It's on Amazon, probably about $20, but it's going to be a whole lot more difficult to understand than this book. But again, all this stuff is backed up by other pieces of research and other, and like I said, if the words aren't enough for you on the page, take this stuff into meditation and test it out. That's going to be your best indicator of what's real and what's not real. Take it into meditation and test it out. I get where you're coming from, and that's a good place to come from for sure. But also understand, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. All right. Society Eject says, "Hey guys, it's good to get your tarot cards out that represents this Sephirah. It's a good idea. That's a good idea." All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. I don't know about these other YouTube folks you're watching, but you have never heard me tell you to take anything I say at face value. You might have heard that from the last YouTube video you got off of. But if you haven't noticed, my content is astronomically unlike anyone else's content. All right. Speaking of the tarot cards, titles given to Gibarah: Din, Justice; Pashad, Fear. Now remember, this fear doesn't mean you're scared. In the olden language, fear meant respect. So it's having a respect for the power of God. An example is if you've ever witnessed a natural disaster, right? If you've ever stood near a tornado, a hurricane, a volcano, an earthquake, that kind of fear and awe when you witness something bigger than yourself, right? Not the fear of like another person or the system, a fear of cosmic power, right? And like I said, it's not fear like I'm scared. It's like you can't do anything but respect when you see the power of Gibarah, right? So when you see fear, that's what that means. Respect. And that's the same kind of fear that they talked about in the Bible. Thou shalt fear God, not be afraid of God, but respect the awesome, terrible power. Says, "Hey, it's all right. I didn't mean to insult. I just wanted to ask. I had doubts, but I didn't hear much of these readings before. Sorry." No problem, man. Look, I am not insulted. I am not offended. But you know what I'm saying. It's like I said, it is what it is. I'm. It's a good thing, right? It's a good thing. That is not me insulted. Me insulted is a different picture. Moby says you're right, Trav. No one is teaching this. In fact, they speak in obtuse code to confuse. Ain't that the truth, man? Ain't that the truth, ma'am? Ain't that the truth? Lavania Dunn says, got my Kabbalistic Tarot book out by R. Wang so I can see the cards. I don't want to get my decks out. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Get your Kabbalistic Tarot book out and also look at the chapter on the fives. Good information there too. But no, please, by all means, me responding to your question, that's not an attack. If you have questions, please ask those questions. That's what we're here for. That's how you learn. If I beat people up for asking questions, then that would definitely be blindly following. I am prepared to answer all questions. And if I'm not, I will tell you I don't know. If I don't know something, I'm gonna straight up say I don't know. All right, come on, let's get going here because it has been 30 minutes, and I have a tendency to talk. Air sign, Gemini. God names: Elohim Gibor, the archangel Camael, the burner of God. And it's funny how slang stays true to the origins, right? The burner of God. You feel me? Order of angels, the seraphim, the fiery serpents. Mundane chakra, Ma'adim, Mars, right? Mars. Spiritual experience, the vision of power. Again, like I said, imagine being next to a natural disaster. That's the spiritual experience of this Sephirah. So not simply aggressiveness, not simply warfare. We talking about power. Power that is beyond the hands of a human man. Virtue, energy, courage, the vice, cruelty, destruction. So think about it. When it's balanced, when it's in harmony, this energy manifests as vitality, energy, prana, courage, right? And the body as energy and the mind as courage. Now, the vice, that's going to come out as cruelty and destruction. Now, look, destruction is not evil, y'all. You want that virus in your body to be destroyed, right? Destruction. You want the bad luck in your life to be destroyed. So keep in mind, the vice is also destruction because on the left pillar, that whole pillar represents tamas, right? Tamas, Rajas, Sattvas, and Tamas, the three pillars, the three properties of Prakriti. So this is Prakriti in her destructive state. Not bad, not evil, but negative. Negative meaning it's uh, being dissolved. Correspondence in the microcosm, the right arm, because that's the arm that typically humans use as their dominant arm. Symbols, the pentagon, the five-petaled Tudor rose, the sword, the spear, the scourge, the chain. Now, all these things have something in common, right? The pentagon. We have a pentagon, don't we, in America? The five-petaled Tudor rose, the sword, the spear, the scourge, the chain. These are weapons that are intended to pierce. They're intended to pierce and sever. Kevros, SS God, peace. You always pop up right underneath Hollow Vegeta. It's funny. Hollow Vegeta says, I'm Gemini rising. I don't like to talk much though. Yeah, well, you probably like to think a lot. That's the thing. The Gemini is the air sign, and it's a sign of movement. A lot of movement in the mental plane. A lot of movement in the mental plane. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Also a mirror. So you're probably reflecting your own thoughts to infinity. You probably overthink. The tarot cards, the four fives, right? So the five of wands is called strife. The five of cups is called loss in pleasure. The five of swords is defeat. Defeat. And what I find interesting here is that on first glance, you assume that this dude was defeated, right? And this dude was defeated. See their swords on the ground? But sometimes pride can be a slow destruction, right? It could be that this guy is defeated because he's now thinking that he's on top of the world. And can't nobody stop him because he's all the way up, right? They may have been broken down in this experience, but have gone on to do bigger, better things, right? Or at least him. I don't know about this dude. But him, hey, he's got his head in the clouds, and they look like they're pretty stormy. Maybe all of them have been defeated. Something to think about. And the five of pentacles represents earthly trouble. All right. Shout out to Pamela Coleman Smith, the wonderful artist of these cards. And by the way, yeah, that's a good point. Society Eject says yes because he has his jacket over his shoulder like he's chilling and moving on. Right, right. See, that could have been victory from him in the long term. See, this could be a burden to him in the long term. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. And I don't know if you guys ever played first-person shooter games, especially the ones where if you win, you like in Fortnite, you get something like a crown or you get some kind of special title over your head. You know everybody in the match is coming for you after that. See, Fortnite, they did this thing where it pisses me off, but it makes the game so much more exciting. If you win a match, you get a crown and you carry it into the next match. But here's the thing. you have to win the next match in order for it to be added to your list. So even though you hold the crown, it's not officially yours until you win with the crown, right? So for those of you who read tarot, I urge you to look at this from a different perspective. That's what the beauty of learning Kabbalah is. All right. All right. Tian Pomeroy, peace. Tian Pomeroy says, I have Mars in Gemini. My aggression always comes out through elite level cussing. Man, listen. If I have somebody that offends me or pisses me off, I know at this stage that I just need to distance myself, because I can say some things that hurt for years, but I've learned to stop and let that feeling pass through, right? It is better for me to distance myself, especially knowing what I know now. I could say some shit that'll fuck your whole life up. So for you, it'd probably be a good idea whenever you start to feel that anger rise, to just step away and breathe. Step away and breathe. Because we can have a tendency to say some words that stick around. Elite level cussing, she said. Right, right. Sly said, why nobody told me Trav is live today? Man, they don't want everybody to see it, man. They out to get us, man. Nah. I don't know. For some reason, I keep hearing that the announcement or whatever doesn't go out. So I don't know. I don't know. Oh, what's up, Atropa? I see now that you are a green L. I won't forget it now. Okay, so finally, color in absolute orange. In Bria, scarlet red. That's the one that we know. Yetzirah, bright scarlet. Asaya, red flecked with black. Those colors always make me think of jelly beans, and then I start getting hungry. One. One of the least understood things in Christian philosophy is the problem of evil. And one of the things least adequately dealt with in the Christian ethic is the problem of force or severity, as contrasted with mercy and mildness. Consequently, Gibra, the fifth Sephirah, which has, for additional titles, Din, which means justice, and Pashad, which means fear, is one of the least understood of all the Sephirah, and is therefore one of the most important. Were it not that the Kabbalistic doctrine explicitly lays it down that all the 10 Sephirah are holy, there are many who would be inclined to look upon Gibra as the evil aspect of the Tree of Life. Indeed, the planet Mars, whose sphere is the mundane chakra of Gibra, is called in astrology an in fortune. How many of y'all read astrology and consider Mars and Saturn to be bad planets? You can be honest. I'm not judging. Because when I first got into astrology, that's what I thought. I thought Saturn was bad and Mars was bad. They get a bad rap because they're the punisher, right? Or not the punisher even, they're the tester. We'll put it that way, they're the challenger. I know from growing up, some people, not everyone, but some people have the parental figures. One person is going to be the disciplinarian, right? For me, it was my dad. If I did something to earn an ass whooping, that's what I got. Came from my dad. And then, of course, you run to your mom and get all soothed and, oh, it's okay, it'll be all right, just don't do that again, right? You have different feelings as a little kid. You have different feelings towards the one who pats you on the back and gives you sweet baked goods versus the one who pulls out that belt, right? That strap, right? Put that hot leather to your ass. You got a different feeling about that one, right? And by the way, notice I said the strap, right? Look what they call this, the burner. I love how these phrases don't change. They always point back to their original source. But anyways, one of the reasons that people are so scared of Mars and Saturn is because they're the disciplinarians. Now that doesn't mean that they're bad, and it doesn't mean that they're against you. That's necessary for your development. It's necessary for the development of soul, period. Without that aspect of reality, what do you think we would be? Have you ever seen a child who has never been disciplined and always gets what they want? I've seen them as adults. And since they didn't get that pain in the ass, they become a pain in the ass. Mm-mm-mm. Framestar Film says the tongue is sharper than the blade. The word is mightier than the sword. Man, I know that now very intimately. With great power comes great responsibility. I don't need to give anybody a piece of my mind. All of Judah says, that's my cousin. Now his son is him 2.0. Oh, Lord. Travis Harris says, when I was operating in ignorance, those limitations probably saved my life. Yes, sir. Mine too. Mine too. How many of y'all actually got spankings as a kid and would come up saying, man, I ain't never gonna spank my kids. I ain't never gonna do this to my kids. I said that so many times. It's easy to say that when you are the one on the receiving end of that belt. Cosmic chlorophyll, peace, peace. Mm-mm. Oh, yeah. All right, let's keep going. Oops. I did not mean to do that. Okay, there we go. Back at it again with the white vans. But yeah, that all that to say why a lot of people have a bad image of Mars and Saturn. Right? Number two, those, however, who are instructed beyond the crude, pretty of a wish fulfilling philosophy know that Gibra is by no means the enemy or adversary described in Scripture, but the king in his chariot, going forth to war, whose strong right arm protects his people with the sword of righteousness, and ensures that justice shall be done. Chesed, the king on his throne, the last chapter, Jupiter, the father of his people in times of peace, may win our love, but it is Gibura, the king in his chariot going forth to war, who commands our respect. Right? A lot of kids or generations who grew up during peace, they'll have a problem receiving this because they didn't have to know it as a reality, right? And this is some of the problems that a masculine figure, a father figure, or whoever may face in a family. It's not always lovey-dovey, pretty, as Dion Fortune said. Sometimes respect has to be commanded, right? And in a generation of human beings who've lived in peace, a figure like this will be quick to be canceled, right? Hated. Oh, he's they'll call him all kinds of names, insensitive and a bigot and hate. Da, 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 da. But when you really look and listen to these people, sometimes they're making sense. They just hurt some feelings. That's all that was. But you know, plenty of examples in reality. Plenty of folks have been canceled. Sufficient justice has not been done to the part played by the sentiment of respect in the emotion of love. We have a kind of love for the person who can put the fear of God into us, should the occasion arise, which is of quite a different quality, is far more steadfast and permanent, and, curiously enough, far more emotionally satisfying than the love with which no tinge of awe is mingled. Right? And this is something that a lot of young men don't learn, right? Some guys who have trouble with girls, we try to learn, and it's like, oh, well, girls like the bad boy. They like the mean dude. They like assholes. That's not really the case. There's a lot of females who are looking for this, right? And some people are like, oh, she's got daddy issues. She's looking for a daddy. No. What I've come to find is that when it comes to that aspect of intergender relationships, Oftentimes, what a woman is seeking is this right here. I'll read that sentence again. We have a kind of love for the person who can put the fear of God into us, should the occasion arise, which is of quite a different quality, is far more steadfast and permanent, and curiously enough, far more emotionally satisfying than the love with which no tinge of awe is mingled. All right? They say good guys finish last, well, or nice guys finish last, or whatever. Well, it's not that they're nice. It's that that male probably doesn't have any experience with this type of Gibara force, all right? And that particular female may be looking for that. You dig what I'm saying? Maybe, maybe not. Nuru, peace. Good to see you. Azrael Walker, peace. It is Gibara that supplies the element of awe, of the fear of the Lord, which is the beginning of wisdom, and a general wholesome respect, which helps us to keep to the straight and narrow, to the straight and narrow way, and calls forth our better nature, because we know our sins will find us out. Listen, man, I know that my dad was just like that. My dad was so known as like this tough, not even tough, but just like I just have stories of my friends. One friend in particular, I recall him saying like he was driving and he saw my dad pass him, and he immediately put both his hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel and straightened up in his seat. You know, friends who used to come over, like when my dad would come home, they would pull out of the driveway immediately. They just knew. But I mean, they didn't just know magically. He had a way of giving first impressions that let you know immediately what time it was. That was my dad. Probably still is. I don't know. Haven't talked to him since Christmas. But I'm very familiar with the force. And it's like an inner thing, Look at how people act as symbols, right? Now these people don't know my dad, but they have an experience that is so rooted and ingrained in them that as soon as they see his face or his car, right, they feel that energy and it makes them react. This is our relationships with all people. Everybody in your life is a symbol to you of some type of energy. And when you think of that person and when you meet that person, it makes you react in accordance to how you respond to that energy. It's a beautiful thing. That's one of the things I love most about psychology and magic. The fact that we are all symbols to each other. We trigger different states. It's cool stuff. Mayor, peace and welcome. Mayor says, I just bought your shadow work mastery class, bro. Awesome, awesome, man. I hope that you find some stuff in there that is extremely helpful. And I'm going to be resuming the one-on-one sessions on the 16th. So if you got the package with the one-on-one sessions, I'll be resuming those after the 16th of this month. Jasmine Bond, peace and welcome. Number 3, this is a factor to which the Christian ethic, as popularly understood, does not give sufficient weight. And because the general tone of Christian society is biased against the holy fifth Sephirah, it will be necessary to consider its place in relation to the tree, and the part it plays in both spiritual and social life in considerable detail. For it is ill understood, and this absence of understanding of the Gibra factor is the cause of many of our difficulties in modern life. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You'll see a lot of stuff online about how, they're trying to cancel the male, and you'll hear people whine about toxic masculinity and all this other stuff. Well, as with all of the problems in the human race, comes from an understanding of how things actually operate. With this Gibura force not being very well understood, and when it is presented, it's often demonized. I would be willing to say that modern males in general have a lack of depth of understanding of what this masculinity actually means, right? And then we get these confusing ideas of alpha male, this, that, and a third. A lot of men don't know what masculinity actually is. Then you tack on top of that how simple we are. We just take stuff at face value and think that everything is surface level. We generalize, we distort, and we delete information to try to make it fit with preconceived notions. But it doesn't have to be violence. It doesn't have to be aggressive without warrant, right? There has to be a purpose to these things in order for them to make sense. Number 4, Gibera holds the central position on the pillar of severity. It therefore represents the catabolic or downbreaking aspect of force. Catabolism, be it remembered, is that aspect of metabolism or the life process which is concerned with the release of force in activity. So this breaking down is not an evil thing, right? You want that food in your stomach to break down because, right? Why are we breaking down this information? Because it releases knowledge, right? It releases wisdom. It releases understanding, right? So the Mars aspect, it's not an evil thing. The severity aspect, we're breaking down and disintegrating and destroying things in order to release what is inside of it, right? It has been said that good is that which is constructive, which builds up, and evil is that which is destructive, which breaks down. How false this philosophy is, we see when we try to classify, according to this principle, a cancer and a disinfectant, right? Remember a few chapters ago on the chapter of Bina, she talked about why the woman is demonized. Because if we consider Kether good, and we consider Hakma good, because it's a giving and it's an overflow and it's more, 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 more. And Bina actually takes that more and condenses it and compacts it and makes it seemingly less, less, less. So we attribute that with evil. And that just so happens to be the divine feminine operant in the universe. So, of course, that easily translates to woman bad, man good. Well, it just so happens that Gibera, Mars, is found on that same side of the tree of life as Bina, who is Saturn, who we also consider evil, Saturn, Satan, right? Gibera, Mars, is right up under there. And that same breaking down aspect, again, we consider evil, bad. So it should be no wonder why we consider Mars and Saturn and Satan and why the church vilified the female. Poor Kill says Black Cube. Yeah, and then you got all these people on the internet with this Saturn stuff and black cubes and oh my gosh, I don't even want to get into that. Poor Kill, peace. Knowledge X, peace. Okay, so again, it has been said that good is that which is constructive, which builds up, and evil is that which is destructive, which breaks down. How false this philosophy is, we see when we try to classify, according to this principle, a cancer or a disinfectant. In the deeper, more philosophical teaching of the mysteries, we recognize that good and evil are not things in themselves. Please hear that. If you don't know that by now, please know that now. Good and evil are not things in themselves, but conditions. Conditions. Evil is simply misplaced force. Misplaced in time if it is out of date. Oh, so far ahead of its day to be impracticable, right? Or misplaced in space if it turns up in the wrong place, like the burning coal on the hearth rug or the bathwater through the drawn ceiling room. Misplaced in proportion if an excess of love makes us silly and sentimental, right? I've been guilty of that. Or a lack of love makes us cruel and destructive. Hell, I've been guilty of that too. It is in such things as these that evil lies, not in a personal devil who acts as an adversary. So look, that right there, she just told you what evil is. She just told you what evil is. Evil is not a person, it's not a place, it's not a thing. Evil is a condition. Now, what kind of condition? Well, she just gave us about three different conditions, right? The first condition she gave us was evil out of time, evil out of space, right? Because you got time and space. Time and space. Everything below the top triad of the tree, everything below Doth, everything below the abyss exists within time and space. It has to unfold through time within space. That's what makes the top of the tree different from the rest of the tree. So evil can only exist below the abyss. And how does it exist? If it's misplaced in time. What that means is if you find something that is out of time, so if it happens too early or too late, right? For example, let's say we talk about an inheritance of a, $1 million, right? Now, if it's given to a person when they're very young, well, we can probably consider that to be evil because what's that person going to do with that money? Probably not. If we want that money to multiply, the young person is probably not going to use it for multiplication. It's probably going to be squandered and or taken advantage of by somebody smarter than that individual, which often happens. Or let's say the inheritance comes too late. What if this person, is either so old or maybe even in a state where they're in their final days or hell, even imprisoned or put in some kind of condition where it doesn't matter anymore? That's kind of evil. Because again, somebody else is going to take that money up and use it. Or we can say evil is out of space, right? And in the example she said was good. Fire in the fireplace, that's good. But fire on your rug, that's out of place. That's evil, right? Fire on top of your head, that's kind of evil, right? So it's conditional. His heart song, peace, peace, blessings to you. And then she says misplaced in proportion, right? Too much of something or too little of something isn't going to serve the objective, right? So please understand that. Evil is not a Bill Gates, right? It's not a person somewhere sitting in a damn office tapping their fingers. How can I be evil today? That is very childish and immature thinking. Stop that. Stop it. Even somebody who we classically consider evil, like, say Adolf Hitler, if you really study what the hell he was talking about, you'll see that to an entire country of people, he was not considered evil, right? He didn't force them people to do what they did. They believed in what he stood for. It's only evil, according to us, because he didn't win. It's all conditional. It's all perspective. Martin Luther King was evil to somebody. Jesus was evil to a lot of folks, He wasn't killed by the Romans. He was killed by his own people. Now, number 5, Gibra, the destroyer, the lord of fear and severity, is therefore as necessary to the equilibrium of the tree as Chesed, the lord of love, and Netzach, the lady of beauty. Gibra is the celestial surgeon. He is the knight in shining armor, the dragon slayer, beautiful as a bridegroom in his strength to the maiden in distress. Beautiful as a bridegroom in his strength to the maiden in distress. Though, no doubt, the dragon might have preferred a little more love, right? That knight in shining armor, very beautiful to the damsel in distress. Oh, how happy she gets to see him coming on the horizon. Now, the dragon, I don't think he felt the same. Again, it's conditional, right? It's perspective, not an absolute. Evil is not an absolute. Good is not an absolute. It is entirely conditional. Believe it or not, I can hear the resistance. There are some people who don't grasp that. And I know, because I recently had a conversation with somebody the other day who still believes that there are things in this world that are inherently evil. All right? Can you imagine somebody looking at a snake and saying that snakes are evil or spiders are evil? Come on now. You know that is immature thinking. How the hell can an animal be evil? That don't even make sense. You don't have to like the animal, but that don't make it evil. Just because you don't like something does not make it evil. Just because you're afraid of something. It's not the snake's fault that you're terrified of snakes. It's not the spider's fault that you're terrified of spiders. You know, some spiders are kind of cute. I'm not going to keep spiders as pets, but I certainly don't believe that they're evil. Love Anna B. Peace. Daniel Samuel. Peace. You know, and it extends even further than that. Some people believe that entire races of people are evil. How foolish is that? Mm. Boom, I done lost a viewer on that one. Somebody done logged out. Number 6, the initiations of the infortunes, Saturn and Mars, and the deceptive lunar Yesod are just as necessary to the evolution and balanced development of the soul as the mysteries of the crucifixion assigned to Tifereth. It is the one-sidedness of Christianity which is its bane and is responsible for so much that is unsound and pathological in both our national and our private lives. But equally, we must not forget that Christianity came as a corrective to a pagan world that was sick unto death with its own toxins. Right? How many of y'all thought Christianity was evil? Right? Christianity is evil. Look at all the death that it's caused. Look at all the lies and the manipulation that Christianity has caused on the human race. Come on now. When you generalize things like that, you're operating with the same type of mindset as the thing that you hate. Christianity is not evil. Christianity didn't do anything to anybody. People with agendas did things. Jesus never did nothing to you. I hate Jesus. I hate God. God and Jesus never did nothing to you. I promise you that. Now, you might be mad at that pastor or that usher or that deacon, right? Or that father, whatever y'all call the Catholic dude or the priest or whatever. You might be mad at a human individual, but don't put that on. Don't generalize that on Christianity. Christianity and they're raping kids and the Catholic. No, Christianity is not doing that. People are doing that. Dang, I lost another follower off of that one. I gotta stop. I gotta stop, yo. I gotta stop. Every time I use that voice, dang, I better just stick to the text. Where was I? Oh yeah, but equal. Yeah, okay. So we need what Christianity has to give, but also, unfortunately, we cannot do without that which it lacks. Let us now consider the astringent, corrective influences of Gibera. Number 7. Dynamic energy is as necessary to the welfare of society as meekness, charity, and patience. Dynamic energy is as necessary to the welfare of society as meekness, charity, and patience. Look, as pleasant as it sounds to dream of a society where everyone is just meek and mild, humble, peaceful, patient, giving, that does sound really good, but it also sounds entirely unrealistic. Because you know, like I know, these folks outside of your house, in the supermarket, at the ball game, at the church, at your job, they're not going to uphold that standard. And what I'm saying here is that most people are polarized. They're going to be one way or another way. So as long as you have meek and mild charity and patience, you're going to have the opposite coexisting with it. And it's supposed to be that way. Balance. Balance. Now, there's times where there's more peace, and then there's times when there's less peace. But all these energies that we're talking about on the tree, they must exist to have balance in the universe. So there's always going to be people to represent the Mars energy. There's always going to be people that are going to represent the Saturnian energy. There's always going to be people that represent the solar Christ energy. There's always going to be people to represent all of those energies, because those are the things that make up reality. Reality is literally upheld by all these different forces. And if you really break them all down, there's only three types, which is where we get the three pillars. There's going to be Rajasic people, Tamasic people, and Sattvic people. Destruction is necessary. Death, decay, these things are necessary. Especially on the lower level of existence that we find ourselves, the physical plane. On the physical plane, oh, you're going to have all of it. But it isn't until you rise your consciousness to the point where you exist within a state of balance and sattvic harmony that the world around you starts to shift into that. So in a way, you literally jump to a new dimension when you live there personally, right? You're not going to change the world by force, and you're not going to change the world by apathy. You change your world by rising yourself up to the level where your external environment is terraformed based on your consistent vibration, based on your consistent thought patterns, your consistent emotions, your consistent beliefs, your consistent behaviors. That's what changes your world. Don't worry about these folks. They exist in their worlds as they're supposed to. There's different levels of Prakriti though, right? There's different layers of Prakriti. You can live in the middle of hell and have a little paradise of heaven based on your level of consciousness. Some people know what I'm talking about because they've experienced it, and some people may not believe it because they haven't experienced it. But like I said to Homeboy earlier, take this stuff into your laboratory and test it out. Let's continue. I'm going to try not to rant too much because I don't want to make this a 5-hour video. Even though my Xbox is now completely broken. Everything happens for a reason though. That's a metaphor from Prakriti. I love her so much. All hail the goddess. Now, only two people can say all hail the goddess. Either her child or her man. Now, here's a secret. Prakriti's children must be destroyed. She gives birth to her children, and because she's given birth to them, they must also die by her means. But then there's the husband of Prakriti, known as Purusha, and she does everything for him. I wonder what side of the coin you find yourself. Because see, even the gods are part of Prakriti. Even the gods have to obey Prakriti, and even the gods must die. But there's something beyond Prakriti that doesn't die because it was never born. I invoke thee, the bornless one. Who that is? Rack'em, Rackbar. Dynamic energy is necessary to the welfare of society as meekness, charity, and patience. We must never forget that the eliminatory diet, which will restore health in disease, will produce disease in health. We must never exalt the qualities which are necessary to compensate an overplus of force into ends in themselves and the means of salvation. In other words, we don't look for meekness and charity and patience in a utopia on earth. We only want that because we have the opposite of that. When and if we have utopia and peace on earth, I guarantee you there's going to be little clumps and groups of people who are plotting to destroy it all. And you see that in the movies, you see that in your comic books, hell, you see it in real life. Whenever there's peace and harmony, there is always going to be a faction of people who will find some excuse to be the representatives of Shiva, of the left-hand path. They're not they're not a pestilence to be exterminated. They are a force of the universe. They must exist. But it's not about them. It's about you personally. You personally have to rise yourself to the level of sattva, right? Don't worry about this world. It is going to go through its cycles of peace and war, peace and war, peace and war. Ooh, 11, 11, 1, 11, 11. It's going to keep doing that because that's what it's made of. That's what it's made of. Liberation, enlightenment, that is a solo thing. That's for you. You're not here to save black people. You're not here to save white people. You're not here to save the human race. You're here to understand that you are not any of this, right? So let them have peace in their war. Let them do all that. They're supposed to do that. What you're supposed to do is understand what you actually are, which is not this game. Anyone who tells you otherwise is probably trying to sell you something. So look at what she said here. We must never forget that the eliminatory diet, which will restore health and disease, right? If you have disease, there's a certain diet that you can take that helps you push the disease out, right? She says we must never forget that the eliminatory diet, which will restore health and disease, will produce disease and health, right? I bought some pills that help with purging out parasites. Now, I'm not saying I have parasites, but I did go through a little stint where I ate a bunch of meat. And better safe than sorry. But there's like 10 pills that you take every day. It's all herbal stuff, right? Wormwood and some type of husk and shell and some type of herbal witchcraft. And it helps to eliminate any parasites that may exist. And it says do not take these for longer than 2 weeks or something like that. What do you think would happen if somebody took those things every single day? I don't think that it would be such a helpful thing because you'll probably be releasing parts of your body that shouldn't be released. So, like she says, we must never forget that the eliminatory diet, which will restore health and disease, will produce disease and health. We must never exalt the qualities which are necessary to compensate an overplus of force into ends themselves. So, in other words, you don't want to exalt the herbal parasite cleanse as an end in itself. No, no. It's just a tool to get you into balance and harmony. That's the end. That's the goal. Balance and harmony. Same thing with everything else, y'all. Vegan diet, meditation. What else? What else do y'all praise and worship and get excited? Semen retention, crystals, like all that stuff. They're only a means to a state of harmony. We must never exalt the qualities which are necessary to compensate an overplus of force into ends themselves and the means of salvation. Vegan diet is not going to save your soul. It's going to help your body when you're unhealthy. But even a vegan diet can go overboard and kill you, as has happened, right? And guess what? Eating meat is not evil. Eating meat is not evil. You can have an outstanding amount of chicken nuggets. Do it. A double dog hot dog dare you. Too much charity is the handiwork of a fool, and too much patience is the hallmark of a coward. Yikes. What we need is a just and wise balance, which makes for health, happiness, and sanity all around, and the frank realization that sacrifices are necessary to obtain it. You cannot eat your cake and have it in the spiritual sphere any better than anywhere else. It's funny because I've met a lot of people who think that the rules are different when it comes to spirituality. No, the rules are the same. The context is the same. at you, I choose you. Ah, yes, the classic Qabalah soundtrack. All right, let's continue. Gibra is the sacrificial priest of the mysteries. Ah, so now we're getting to the whole goat, the goat head, right? Gibra is the sacrificial priest of the mysteries. Now, sacrifice does not mean giving up something that is dear to you because a jealous God will brook no rival interest in his devotees and is flattered by your pain. How many of y'all thought that? Remember working with goetic spirits and you're like, oh, well, I have to give it a sacrifice. What kind of sacrifice do I have to give my goetic spirit? Do I have to kill a cat? No. Sacrifice doesn't just mean kill something. It means the deliberate and open-eyed choice of a greater good in preference to a lesser good. Do y'all see that? Look, I'm gonna put that in my Goetia course because this right here is what sacrifice means. It means the deliberate and open-eyed choice of a greater good in preference to a lesser good. Check. Open-eyed, deliberate, as the athlete prefers the fatigue of exercise to the case of the sloth that puts him out of condition. Look, an athlete would rather be tired all the time from exercising and working on his body than to be tired from actually stepping onto the field, right? They'd rather feel the fatigue of exercise over becoming a sloth and being out of condition, right? And that's why you sacrifice, right? I would rather spend my time going over this information thoroughly than being out here talking about the Queen and Joe Biden and they making clones, y'all, and they finna do this to us, y'all, and that's the devil. They doing a cult in Hollywood, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd rather spend the time breaking this information down and getting an understanding for myself than hopping on social media and trusting these knuckleheads giving just anything to y'all. You might feel different. I don't know. But that's how I feel. I prefer the sacrifice of study than the pain of ignorance. Ooh, that's hard. The pain of ignorance? No, 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 no. No, sir, not me. Coal burned in a furnace is sacrificed to the god of steam power, right? Look, this is us literally doing a ritual, sacrificing to the god of knowledge. We're literally right now doing a ritual to Saraswati, right? Call it what you want. We're literally doing a sacrifice to the goddess of knowledge. That's what this is. So everything that you do intentionally, making a choice for the greater good and the present preference of a lesser good, that's a sacrifice. That's a ritual. They don't have to have candles and demon chants and all that other stuff. And you don't have to dress up for it. You can do it bucket naked. We just call it magic because it's fancy. Sacrifice is really the transmutation of force. The latent energy in the coal offered up to the sacrificial altar of the furnace is transmuted into the dynamic energy of steam by the appropriate machinery. Am I making sense? Are y'all getting this? As Real Walker says, this cancels out all the conscious community, lol. I don't know if y'all heard me when I said it, but like I said, the more that I learn, the more that I see clearly that damn near nobody knows what the hell they're talking about. I know that sounds cocky and all that stuff, but hopefully the more that you learn, you can start to see clearly yourself. Cause baby, his Heart Song says, greater good in preference to a lesser good. Sacrifice is the transmutation of force. And that's the simplest definition you're going to get. And with being real and true to the purpose. See, people make it dramatic. People make it exciting and, you know what I'm saying, sensational. But if you just keep it raw, keep it real, we can get to an understanding and then go further, right? Instead of sentimentalizing and dramatizing something so basic. Look at how much emphasis is put on like sacrifice and ritual and oh, you know what I'm saying? Like they make it this big ordeal. But if you just understand what it actually is, you can move on and get to the next grade, right? Instead of getting stuck in kindergarten. What do I sacrifice? Do I need to scoop off half of my plate under a tree? Oh, well, what if a dog eats it? Do I need to burn the sigil or flush it down the toilet? Like, yo, if we just make that part real simple, you can build a strong, solid foundation so you can actually be focused on what you receive. Yamaika says, what were the brightest minds to me 3 to 4 years ago, I see now are hallucinated. Man. Society EJ says, may God bless all the goats, LOL, that died for that misunderstanding. Amen. Amen. Please be seated. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I need to watch some more sermons so I can get updated on the latest church lingo. I know they got some new phrases out. Let go and let God. Let God. My God is an awesome God. Lavania Dunn says, do I flush it? LOL. I mean, do what thou wilt, whatever works. Because that whole part of the ritual is basically you symbolizing, because this is all symbolic. You're just symbolizing yourself sending the command to your unconscious mind. That's it. It don't matter if you flush it, burn it. Hell, I even ate it before. I even drew the sigil on paper and ate it one time. I did it all. And I tell you what, it didn't have too much bearing on my results. See, here's the thing. After doing a bunch of rituals as a scientist, you start to pay attention to what works and what doesn't, what has an effect and what doesn't really matter. So my rituals have to do with dollar store tea light candles, a Sharpie magic marker, and some cardboard that I got off an Amazon box. That's how I get down. That's how I do it. I've been using the same Sharpie since 2017. Now it's a magical Sharpie. But only because I've used it. All right, let's keep going. So, once more, y'all. Sacrifice is really the transmutation of force. That's it. That's it. Number 9. There is both psychological and cosmic machinery available in connection with every act of sacrifice, which converts it into spiritual energy. And this spiritual energy can be applied to other mechanisms and reappear on the planes of form as an entirely different type of force to that which it started. This is important. Now she's getting down to the nitty-gritty, right? Now look, there's both a psychological and a cosmic machinery available in connection with every act of sacrifice. Now, didn't I say that this right here is a sacrifice and a ritual? You are literally sacrificing hours of your time, right? No sacrifice has gone in vain. You're not doing this to look cool. Who are you going to look cool in front of? You're not doing this because, it gets you money, right? This is free. You're literally doing this in service of your own spiritual advancement, or at least your intellectual advancement, right? So that's a noble cause. That's a big deal. You could be out there watching football, twerk videos. You could be watching anything else to serve your physical body in Malkuth. But you've decided to spend this time doing the best that you know how to do. That's called a sacrifice. What did she say up here? Look, she said it's the deliberate and open-eyed choice of a greater good in preference to a lesser good. I could be doing those things, right? Xbox, Pornhub. No, this is the greater good. Now, check that. I said all that to say this: there is both a psychological and a cosmic machinery available in connection with every act of sacrifice. And what happens? Which converts it into a spiritual energy. And this spiritual energy can be applied to other mechanisms and reappear on the planes of form as an entirely different type of force to that as which it started. This is going to come back. The time that you've invested in learning this information, it is going to reappear in a different form. You can trust and believe that. Rack 'em, rack bar. Number 10, for instance, a man may sacrifice his emotions to his career, or a woman may sacrifice her career to her emotions. If the cut is clean and there is no repining, an immense amount of psychic energy is released for use in the chosen channel. But if the lesser desire is merely inhibited and denied expression and not really laid upon the altar of sacrifice, lay it on the altar, y'all. If it's not laid upon the altar as a deliberate free will offering, the unfortunate victim has made the worst of both worlds. Did y'all catch that? So she said a man can sacrifice his emotions to work. Or excuse me, and a woman can sacrifice her work to her emotions. Right? There's a lot of things that you can sacrifice for what you deem as the greater good. But here's where it all falls apart. If the lesser desire, right, the thing you're sacrificing, if it's merely an inhibited and denied expression, if you're really just trying to cover up for something that you're trying to hide from yourself, you're not really laying it on the altar, as the church says. You're not really laying it on the altar of sacrifice. You're just denying it and running away from it. It has to be a deliberate free will offering. And if it's not, you're just playing around. And now you've become a victim, making the worst of both worlds. That's a sad sight. That's a sad sight. Rack 'em. Rack. Have any of y'all went through an experience where you call yourself sacrificing something for the greater good, but really you're just trying to make yourself feel better about denying yourself something and inhibiting something? It doesn't end well, does it? Because eventually you can't deny it for much longer. So now you done wasted your time and you look like a hypocrite. His heart song says, so if I'm gonna sacrifice some shit, do it because I'm not running. Exactly. Do it on purpose and don't look back. And don't use magic as an excuse like a lot of people do. This is literally a science of becoming the best version of yourself through an understanding of the natural forces of reality. Right? I don't know what else they're talking about selling your soul and all this, that, and the third. First of all, what is a soul? Who do you sell it to? Right? How do you get the paperwork? What's the transact? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what these, because you listen and you watch these people and they're like, oh, this celebrity sacrificed and they sold his soul and look at this. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? You heard somebody on YouTube say it. They made a video that hit you in your feelings, and now you're out here talking crazy. Stop. Just think about it. That's all you got to do is think about it.
this rapper is part of the Illuminati, and he sacrificed this and that.
And don't get it twisted, man. I was there back in, what, 2006? I was talking that same nonsense. But I got better because I learned better.
Look, y'all, Jay-Z's in the Illuminati. If you play a song backwards, it says 666, murder, murder, Jesus.
I was there.
Beyonce. Look, they put a triangle on their eye. Look, they all put triangles on their eyes. That means they're in the occult. Look, there's a goat in the video.
Like the stuff that y'all got now, that's all blatant. You know what I'm saying? Like, you should see the stuff that we had to see like 10, 15 years ago. We had to stretch and dig.
Look, you see that? The way those cars are parked, it makes a triangle. And if you look close, there's an eye there. That means Illuminati.
Nowadays, like, they literally say the words and the lyrics and y'all get excited. Who was it? I think it was Cardi B. And she said something about reptilian, and then her face turned to a lizard and like a tongue came out or something. And then somebody had the nerve to clip that out and make a video. Look, they're hiding it in our face. It's plain in sight. She's a reptilian. Man, you about 20 years too late with that nonsense. Ay. Let me stay focused. Y'all know what video I'm talking about? Like, she legit said something reptilian and then her face turned to a lizard. And then there's people who made videos about that and are freaking out. Y'all can't be serious with that. You can't be. I said we had to reach, y'all. That pastor had to stop and play that Jay-Z album backwards to even get that message. Why? Why did he do it? See, back in my day, we had the whole back masking thing where you had to play the song backwards and you had to fish for satanic messages. You know what I'm saying? We had to fish for satanic messages. All right. Holy cow. So, again, if you're going to sacrifice something, do it intentionally, right? And remember the greater good. And you're not just running from yourself. You're not just trying to hide something or bury something. You're actually doing it for a reason. That's the sacrifice. She says, it is here that we need Qabalah to come like the priest that takes the sacrifice from our hands, even if it be our firstborn, and offers it up to God with the quick, clean, merciful stroke. For Qabalah in the microcosm, which is the soul of man, is the courage and resolution that frees us from the taint of self-pity. There ain't no room for self-pity, y'all. Now, to be clear, she's not saying that Qabalah is the soul of man. She said that the microcosm is the soul of man. So Qabalah and the soul of man in the microcosm, Qabalah is the courage and resolution that frees us from the taint of self-pity, right? Because remember, one of the virtues of Qabalah is courage in the microcosm. Remember that? Number 11, how badly do we need the Spartan virtues of Qabalah in this age of sentimentality and the neurosis? How badly do we need the Spartan? Remember the Spartan, the movie The 300? Or, if you're a video game person, Master Chief from Halo. How badly do we need the Spartan virtues of Qabalah in this age of sentimentality and the neurosis? How many breakdowns would be saved if the celestial surgeon were permitted to make the clean cut that has a chance to heal, and so avoid the deadly compromise and irresolution that is like an open wound and so often goes septic? And that just makes me realize, so I've got Senator Palpatine, Emperor Palpatine as Chesed. Now I can get Darth Vader as Qabalah.
I think that would make sense because he sure enough cut him down. I could also do Darth Maul because he is red, red. Who do y'all think will make a good Gibara? Keep that question in mind as we read. Maybe you guys can help me find a good Gibara. Murder, murder, Jesus. Gerald Sombright says, "What is 666 murder, murder, Jesus even supposed to signify?" Right, man. Imagine how much work that. Look, this is a video that a pastor did. How much work did he have to do? We're talking about a song that's probably like what, 5 minutes long? You sat there and listened to a whole song 5 minutes long backwards. Why did you do that? For what? And out of that 5 minutes, you found one small part that says 666 murder, murder, Jesus. First of all, what's that mean? Second of all, how is that having an influence on anybody? Because look, I study neurolinguistic programming very deeply, right? From the people who have practiced it and tested it. And they're saying that backmasking actually doesn't do anything. They're saying that that's actually a myth. And this goes for all y'all who, back when Obama was president, I think the first time, people were putting out these videos of playing his speeches backwards, and they're finding all these things like "Hail Satan," right? His slogan, "Yes, we can." People are saying if you play it backwards, he's saying "Hail Satan, Hail Satan." Cut it out, y'all. Cut it out. Who's taking the time to do that, and why? Love Ambia says he'd rather do that than do actual research. Man. What's really happening is that there's people who already have an agenda and they're just looking for things to back that agenda up. So remember what we found in our critical thinking cards. There's a confirmation bias where there's a lot of people who just want to be confirmed that they're correct. Murder, murder, Jesus. There it is, confirmation bias. You favor things that confirm your existing beliefs. So to sit down and see somebody do all this work to play and why that song? Of all this, how many Jay-Z songs did he have to listen to backwards? Right? It's called confirmation bias. You're primed to see and agree with ideas that fit your preconceptions and to ignore and dismiss information that conflicts with them. Your first principle is that you must not fool yourself. And you are the easiest person to fool. We read that yesterday. And there's another one, belief bias. If a conclusion supports your existing beliefs, you'll rationalize anything that supports it. You'll rationalize it, right? The same way that we had to rationalize, look, y'all, 666 murder, murder, Jesus. That's what Jay-Z said. So he must be a part of the Illuminati. That's called reaching and rationalizing. It's difficult for us to set aside our existing ideas to consider the true merits of an argument. In practice, this means that our beliefs become impervious to criticism and are perpetually reinforced. A useful thing to ask is, when and how did I get this belief? Did y'all see that? A useful thing to ask is, when and how did I get this belief? I ask myself that all the time. Occult topics with the professor. Welcome back. Welcome back. You are now in the algorithm, my friend. You are now in the algorithm. And as nice as it is to be confirmed and be correct, that's also something that I have to look out for, right? Because it's easy for me to just accept everybody telling me how awesome I am and how right I am. But ultimately, that's not what I'm here for. Don't get me wrong, I do appreciate it. But I have to be careful with myself. Because I'm not here to be justified. I'm here to know what the truth is. And if I'm wrong, I need to know that. But, I've also had people that just try to argue with me for the sake of argument. And I don't have time for that. You can tell, or I can tell at least. Fairly quickly, honestly. All right. So let's get back to it. Love and B says he probably liked the song and felt guilty, so he had to rebuke it and bind it. His heart song says, I think he meant what 666 truly is, not the evil it's painted to be. We think it's bad because we were taught by Jesus, so murder that shit. Okay. That's a good perspective. That's good. That's a good way to flip it around. I like it. Well, if it was a magic spell, it sure worked. Number 12. And again, if there were no strong hand at the service of good in the world, evil would multiply. Though it is not well to quench smoking flax when the flax is making an effort, it is equally evil to put up with the smoldering when what it really wants is the use of the poker. There is a place where patience becomes weakness and wastes the time of better men, and when mercy becomes folly and exposes the innocent to danger. Y'all hear that? There's a place where patience becomes weakness and it wastes the time of better men, and when mercy becomes folly and exposes the innocent to danger. So just like we said a few verses ago, things like patience and mercy, that's not like the end state to aim for. These are merely tools to bring you to the actual end state, which should be balance, harmony, sattva. Because it's through balance, harmony, sattva that you reach liberation. Not simply patience and mercy. Because patience and mercy are only good in a context. They're not good overall. They're only good as a corrective measure. There's a time for patience for sure. There's a time for mercy for sure. But guess what? There's a time to act now. And there's a time to be ruthless. Somebody understands what I'm saying. The policy of non-resistance to evil can only be pursued satisfactorily in a well-policed society. It has never been tried with success under frontier conditions. For nature, red in tooth and claw, wears thee of Gibeah. Wears thee of Gibeah. Let me read that again. For nature, red in tooth and claw, wears thee of Gibeah. Whereas the compensatory civilization is of chesed, mercy, which modifies the unrestricted force and mutual destructiveness of all that is in the Gibeah phase of its development. But equally, we must remember that civilization rests upon nature as a building rests upon its foundations, wherein is concealed the sanitation so necessary to our health. That's a really good analogy right there. So check that out. You got a building, like think of your house, and it looks really pretty from the outside, and you got your rooms and all that other stuff. But think about what's not seen. Think about the foundation, right? You got the pipes, right? Where your toilet has to flush all that stuff down into, right? You got all these other pieces of infrastructure that you really don't deal with, and you just trust that they work. Now, if those parts of the house is fucked up, eventually it's going to be a major problem, right? If your plumbing is backed up all throughout the house, what you're trying to put down that toilet ain't gonna go down that toilet. Matter of fact, it's gonna come up with everything else. That's a scary sight. So likewise, check this out. We must remember that civilization rests upon nature in the same way. Civilization rests upon nature as a building rests upon its foundations. So what we call civilization, you go outside and people give that little fake smile and y'all do the small talk and then you go do your job and you get something to eat and you hug your spouse or your kids or whoever and life is hunky dory. But underneath all that is a plumbing system. And that's actually what we're dealing with here. The plumbing system underneath civilization. Because here's the thing, the civilization is just a mask, it's just a front, and it can easily be torn off, which will reveal what is always there, which is nature. Because behind that small talk, behind them the fake smile, and ain't won't God do it? Ain't he good? Won't he do it? Behind all that stuff is still a human animal. Selfish, greedy, hateful, right? All these little qualities that people try to hide. If they exist and if they're fed on a regular basis, they're still there, just like a backed up plumbing system. And if you stick around long enough, you can start to smell it. Can I get a witness? Do y'all hear what I'm saying? Do y'all know somebody who's got a good looking house, but on the inside it looks terrible? Or I should say, someone who can put on a good face or a good front, but you know them better than that? Or maybe that's just me. Because I tell you, some people, they know how to put on a mask that makes it look like they got it going on. I could give examples, but I don't want to do that. I met some people who, hell, I thought they was doing it big. And then I come to realize they're not doing anything. Number 13. Whenever there is anything that has outlived its usefulness, Gibra must wield the pruning knife. Wherever there is selfishness, it must find itself impaled on the spear point of Gibra. Wherever there is violence against the weak, or the merciless use of strength, it is the sword of Gibra, not the orb of Chesed, that is the most effectual counteractant. Wherever there is sloth and dishonesty, Gibra's sacred scourge is needed. And where there is a removal of the landmarks set for our neighbor's protection, it is the chain of Gibra that must restrain. And that makes me think, remember in the beginning of this video, I said that you're learning this information for a reason, right? I said that this stuff right here is need to know. Like everybody's not privy to this info. In the beginning of this very video, I said that if you're getting this information, it's for a reason. Well, check this out. Check this out. First of all, this book was written because there was a void of public knowledge on this subject. Now, guess what? Right now, even though everyone can say the special buzzwords of Kundalini and ascension codes and DNA upgrade and all that, even though people can say those words, nobody's really teaching the science. So, as a Gibra force, this type of thing right here is forced into existence. The fact that we're going over this book and this type of content in such a manner is because it doesn't exist when it's supposed to. But these examples that she's given, I mean, this right here is the backdrop for superheroes, right? Batman. In the chat, Yamaika says Punisher, Daredevil. We in here. Peace, Al-Dicky. Al-Dicky says, peace, sunshine, peace, Mo, peace, society, peace, my brother Trev. I'm at the gym. Love y'all. I'm listening in the major state. Awesome, bro. See, that's a good example right there. Using this state that you're in to do something else good for yourself. I love that, bro. That's awesome. That's awesome. I hope you have a great session. Supreme laughter. Peace, peace. Oh, yeah. Hollow Vegeta says, download kind of irks me. Why are we using tech lingo to explain a spiritual experience. Is that not indoctrination? Yeah, man. DNA upgrade, ascension codes, download, the Matrix, right? I found the best thing that I can do, because, when it comes to psychology, also, you got to speak the language of the person you're talking to, or else a lot of the nuances will be missed. I know with me, I try my best to clarify exactly what I mean. So, like, when I say Matrix, I don't leave it vague, because I hope you saw the movie. I explain what a Matrix actually is. And what I find that does is it helps to take it out of the mysterious context and into a context that we can work with. So, for example, oh my gosh, this right here. Check this out. Today's scent is brought to you by Bahama Berry and Melon. This is really nice. With also Dragon Fruit Berry. This is good stuff right here. Good stuff right here. Love it. But anyways, a matrix is quite literally a womb, right? It's literally a field where the game is being played. It's the x-axis, the y-axis, and the z-axis. It's the sandbox, if you will. And that's a great description of Prakriti. Archangel Raphael says, so that's why you always say everything is perfect, because the system itself knows what it's doing. Balance. Exactly, my friend. That's exactly why. Hikate says, this is Diamonds made by Dion Fortune. You know it. She don't provide anything less. Okay, so. Number 14. These things are as necessary to the health of society and the individual as brotherly love, and a good deal rarer. Used medicinally and not vengefully in our sentimental age. Let me read that again. These things are as necessary to the health of society and of the individual as brotherly love, and a good deal rarer, used medicinally and not vengefully in our sentimental age. Someone has got to cry halt to the aggressor and move on to those who are blocking the way. And that someone is functioning as a priest in the sphere of the holy fifth Sephirah. So again, she's explaining that these Sephirah of the tree, they're not places, they're not people, but they're expressions of movement of energy. So if you can picture a person whose job it is to say stop to the aggressor and to say move on to those who are blocking the way, that's somebody operating in the power of Gibara. Make sense? And as you read, maybe you'll start to realize why a certain color scheme was chosen. I'm here to cut the bullshit out. I gotta say halt to the ignorance and move on to the folks that's blocking the way. Won't he do it? Good old Legba. 15. If we watch life, we shall see that rhythm, not stability, is its vital principle. Rhythm. Rhythm is the vital principle of life. Rhythm, not stability. It's rhythm. Such stability as manifesting existence achieves is the stability of a man on a bicycle, balanced between two opposing poles. He can fall over to the right, or he can fall over to the left. And he keeps his balance by means of his momentum. The fact that he keeps pushing those pedals and rolling, That's what keeps him balanced, right? When you're on this bicycle and you're just sitting there, you're going to fall over to the left or the right. This is why it's so important to keep going. Don't stop. Keep going because you achieve balance by your momentum, right? Don't give up because it gets hard, and don't get comfortable because it gets easy. You keep pushing forward because it's your momentum that keeps you balanced. All right? That's a message right there. Matter of fact, I might make a little clip video about that. Let me write that down. Number 15. This is number 1. Yeah, that's a big one right there. This is number 1. That's a good verse right there. Rack 'em. Hello. Archangel Raphael says 66 watching, but only 44 likes. Come on, fam, that's whack. Yeah, man, I agree with that. Look, I gotta say it every video, so I guess I shouldn't feel bad about it. If you like this content, go ahead and like the video. It's free, it doesn't hurt, and it helps a lot. Makes me feel good, but that's not the reason why. Because YouTube is a matrix, and the way that this matrix operates is based off of engagement. So by you liking my video, that shows the YouTube algorithm that this video gets engagement, which means real people are watching it and not bots, which means that they're more likely to promote this video to more people who might like it. So it really does help if you like the video. And I appreciate those of you who have liked the video. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks for reminding me, Archangel Raphael. And you know what? On that note, anytime you're on YouTube and you see a video that you actually like, go ahead and like it. It don't hurt nothing. I like every video that I like on YouTube. Every one. I know if you're not a YouTuber, then that probably doesn't really matter to you, but it's just a little something. It's a little something. Lily June says, how can that be that people aren't pushing the like button? Why? I don't know. I'm going to say that they just get so entranced in the profound cosmic messages that they often forget that they're on Malkuth. And I can understand that. Because there's some things that I see on my phone that really catches my attention. Anna Molly, peace. Welcome. Okay, let's keep going. So again, this right here was a gem. This was a gem. Let me go ahead and circle that because, like I said, I'm probably gonna make a little YouTube reel or Instagram reel to that. If we watch life, we shall see that rhythm, not stability, is its vital principle. Such stability as manifesting existence achieves is the stability of a man on a bicycle, balanced between two opposing pulls. He can fall over to the right or he can fall over to the left, and he keeps his balance by means of his momentum. You stay balanced by your momentum. Keep going, don't stop. That means don't fall over to when things get hard, don't stop, and when things get really easy and comfortable, don't stop. Number 16, in the life of individuals, in the development of any transaction, in the tone of any disciplined or highly organized group mind, we see the constant alternation of the Geburah and Gijula influences. Now remember, Gijula is another word for Chesed, Jupiter, the blue sphere, right? And that's also an example of the two wheels of the bicycle, right? You got to stay balanced by your continued momentum. So again, she says, in the life of individuals, in the development of any transaction, in the tone of any disciplined or highly organized group mind, we see the constant alternation of the Geburah and Gijula influences in a rhythmic swing from one side to the other. Anyone who is responsible for the disciplining of an organized group knows the constant need for tightening and slackening of the reins, for stimulating and steadying. There is a sense of the need to pay out line as the group surges forward with an impulse of interest and keenness, followed by the need to take up the slack as the impulse spins itself. Maybe some of y'all understood that part, and maybe some didn't. That's okay. But basically, there has got to be, if you think of a leash, right, on a dog, sometimes you got to loosen it up and let them go. But sometimes you need to tighten it up and bring them back. And that dog that she's referring to is whether it's an egregore, whether it's an individual, or whether it's even the development of a transaction, right? Talking about business deals or collaborations. I know a few of y'all make music. Have y'all ever had a collaboration with another artist and then you got to be careful that they don't take over your song? Or you got to be careful that you don't outshine them on their song, you know what I'm saying? Or even as any other type of artist, you find that there has to be a balance. Or even if you're doing, like I said, a business deal or something like that, you want to make sure that it's going to be fair to you. And sometimes, if you have integrity, you want to make sure that it's fair to them too. If I ever do some kind of deal with somebody, I want to make sure that it's legit fair for both of us, right? I'm not money greedy at all. So whenever I do a deal with somebody, if we're going in on something together, I want to make sure that we both win, right? I'm not trying to sneak you and make sure that I get out, 66% better than you do. Come on now. And I say that because I know that harmony and balance is a real thing. And if I cheat somebody on purpose like that, I'm going to be cheated, right? Because there's been too many times that reality has, quote unquote, looked out for me, right? And I saw things before they happened. So I was able to keep myself in a balanced position so as to not be hurt. And I attribute that entirely to myself living as balanced as possible. But that's funny when you get on a track with somebody and you want to do your best, you want to kill the beat, so you want to do your best, but you don't want to outshine them on their own song because they're kind of sensitive and you kind of wondering why they asked you to be on the track in the first place. I love it. The professor says, one of my favorite sayings is, when you're going through hell, don't stop. Now I know it's Givera inspired. Hell yeah. Archangel Raphael says, Eminem did that to Jay-Z on Renegade. But see, if we were dealing with mature people, then you would know it's for the art of the song, right? I would invite you to my track because I respect and appreciate your talent, and I want you to go hard. I want you to go better than me, right? Because at the end of the day, people are still playing that song, and I'm still getting spins, right? I'm still getting views. People are still buying it, right? I don't care if people think your verse went harder than mine. We both win, right? But it's a level of maturity. Let's keep going. If the slack is not taken up with a firm hand, the group tangles itself in the loops and waxes insubordinate. The wise handler of humans knows when the reaction has spent itself and the moment has come to crack the whip of Gibera over the team and make it jump into the collar again as the new dynamic impulse surges up. But he also knows that he must not crack it too soon while the team is having a breather, or one of the less stable units will get a leg over the traces. That's a very good point. And I know it can be a little disturbing to hear somebody talk about human beings like that. But if you've ever had a position as a manager or something dealing with a lot of people, you'll know that you kind of have to think differently, right? Because if you think individually and personally, it's going to be more difficult to make the decisions that need to be made, Gibura style. Well, I'll read that again, and I should probably highlight it. Where is my highlighter? Did I leave it over there across the room? I don't have to get up out of my comfortable position. Travis, there are worse things in reality. stand up. I know. Well, it's not over there. Is that what fell? I seem to have misplaced my highlighter. I just had it. That's gonna bug me now. Lord. Found it. There we go. Now, she said that the wise handler of humans knows when the reaction has spent itself, and the moment has come to crack the whip. Don't get too excited. I know a few of y'all in this chat like that kind of thing. The moment has come to crack the whip of Qabalah over the team and make it jump into the collar again as the new dynamic impulse surges up. But he also knows that he must not crack it too soon while the team is having a breather. Oh, none of the less stable units will get a leg, or one of the less stable units will get a leg over the traces. Yeah, that's good right there. 17. Especially do we see the alternating rhythms of Qabalah and Qabalah in national life. I venture to prophesy that the nation is passing out of a Qabalah phase and entering into a Qabalah one. Uh-oh. Everywhere we see a mercy that has been overstrained by the imperfections of human nature being abrogated in favor of a severity which shall restore the balance of an even-handed justice and prevent evil from multiplying. Police work is being reorganized. Judges are giving stiffer sentences. Penal reform has had a setback. The humanitarian no longer has the last word. The group soul of the race is entering upon a Qabalah phase and has lost patience with its substandard units. Well, I'd say that her prophecy is coming true. What do you think? It definitely sounds like it has come true. By the way, those three goddesses that I mentioned, right? I said that there's only three goddesses that exist. Here's a little extra credit for you. Here we have the three goddesses. Hey, who knows who each one of them are? Go ahead and guess in the chat. I'm gonna take a quick BRB break. And these are the three goddesses. How can I position this? Give me one of them hot dogs. Pull the camera back just a little bit. And I want you to tell me who's who of the Tri-Devi, right? Who are these three goddesses? I'll be right back. Whoops. Quick break, BRB. But I want you to tell me, out of the three goddesses, out of Tri-Devi, tell me who is who. And I already told you who one of them are. But I want you to tell me who's who. Everybody guess. Don't let it just be one person. Don't even guess. Go based off of what you've learned. Oh no. All right. Did we guess? Let's see. Okay. All right. So, good to go. Now, this one should be easy because which of the Trimurti is riding upon a lion? Obviously, Durga. So, Durga, left hand path. Durga is going to be the tamasic aspect of Prakriti. Durga is the strength card. Now, what do we know about Lakshmi? Has anybody ever seen a picture of Lakshmi? What's Lakshmi doing? Well, Lakshmi is shown with abundance. She's very fruitful, right? She's got a cornucopia sometimes. She's pregnant sometimes. She's got riches and wealth. Very earthy, huh? Well, the middle path of Sattva, that aspect of Prakriti is the Empress. There's Lakshmi. So we got Durga, we got Lakshmi, at least Saraswati. Because when you think about Saraswati, she is the goddess of learning and wisdom and knowledge, and she's definitely on the right-hand path. She is the Rajasic quality of Prakriti. So even here within the tarot deck, we've got the three goddesses. And you want to know something? They're all located on the middle pillar. Yes, they are. You'll find Durga right above Tifereth. You'll find the Empress right across between Chokmah and Bina. You'll find the High Priestess coming down from... Damn, they all touch each other. That's amazing. That's cool. That's cool. All right, well, you get it here first. Travis made his channel. But no, even according to the video we saw earlier this morning about Samkhya, none of this information is mine or anyone else's. I didn't make this shit up. I just so happened to have it revealed to me. The same with anybody who has open eyes. You can see this stuff because it's literally in your face. But yeah, there are only three goddesses. There's only three gods. They are Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. Every single god or goddess that you've ever heard of is going to be either Tamas, Sattva, or Rajas. Period. Why? Because those are the only three ingredients of Prakriti. That's it. There's nothing else. There's nothing else within manifested reality other than these three forces. Saraswati is often shown with a book. I think what gave it away for me is that she also has the moon at her feet. I don't remember what it was, but I was reading a description of Saraswati and it clicked for me. Because I found out a long time ago that this was Durga just based off the symbology. But then I thought, wait a minute, if she's there, the others might be there. But who's Lakshmi? Who's Saraswati? But yeah, good shit right here. Good shit. All right, let's get back to our lesson. Give me one of them hot dogs. That was extra credit. Okay, so it looks like the professor got it right. Hell yeah. Qabalah says, I've heard Saraswati associated with Isis by several sources. Well, you will be surprised because Isis is, well, let me say this. Every goddess is Isis. Isis is Prakriti. Isis can be interchanged with any other goddess. So yeah, you would be absolutely correct. You can definitely find Isis attributed to a bunch of different goddesses. And the unfortunate even said that in here. You'll find Isis attributed both to Bina and to Malkuth. So yeah, you wouldn't be incorrect in that statement. But that should also help us to realize we're not dealing with absolutes. Somebody got a bit offended, I think, when they asked me about Doth. They asked me a yes or no question. I think the question was something about, can the mind survive? Can you go to Doth without dying or something? And I didn't answer the question yes or no. I gave them a different metaphor to follow. I don't think they like that very much. But here's the thing, man. We're dealing with information that is abstract. None of this stuff here is a yes or no, if you guys haven't figured that out already. Because if I were to ask you right now, based on where we are at verse 18, what is Gibara? No one's going to give me the same answer. Somebody's going to say Mars. Somebody's going to say the burner of God. Somebody's going to say divine masculine. Somebody's going to say discipline. You know what I'm saying? There's going to be a bunch of different answers. This stuff is so complex. Why? Because all those different things are a representative of something that we don't really have words for. You feel me? So it's not, if you're looking for yes or no kind of answers dealing with advanced science, you might not be ready for this kind of thing. But I digress. Give me one of them hot dogs. Give me one of them. Rack 'em, rack bar. Rack 'em, rack. Allah, Allah, rack bar. Allah. Give me one of them hot dogs. What's your name, man? Willie James Huff, better known as Allah Rakbar. Hello. Don't play with me. I know that whole video by heart. You hear me? Verbatim. Poison ivy. Poison ivy. Number 18. For the next cycle, the tendency will be to push the unfit into the discard and concentrate on bringing the fit to their finest development. That's where we're at now. Gibera will be the senior partner, and any mitigations of severity that Gidula proposes will have to pass the scrutiny of even-handed justice. This is a very necessary reform, for towards the end of a phase, extremes tend to develop. You'll see that right now. And the humanitarianism of Gidula has been abused and made ridiculous. And its refinement has become finicking and lost touch with actualities. I thought she almost said a cuss word. But you'll see that now. If you notice, our society is becoming more and more polarized. And I'm seeing that at the foundational level of sexuality. I was talking with my friend earlier about the archetype of woman, of popular woman, of mainstream woman. And this is one of the most massive female archetypes that has existed in a long time, right? So you got this, and you'll pull somebody up in your head immediately. Hell, it might be you, but you got the long hair parted down the middle, right? You got the big lips, you got the dreamy eyes, you got the BBL butt, the snatched waist, and the highly detailed manicure and pedicure, and the expensive purse. Like that's an egregore. That's an archetype. That is a spirit, right? And it is cast upon the entire earth. Everywhere that the sun touches the ground, there's going to be somebody who is imitating that egregore, who is allowing that spirit to possess them. There's an entire business made of women that are literally paying for expensive surgeries just to fit that description. Where did that come from? When did that arrive here? That's an extreme polarization of the feminine. Little things like that are an example of where we are right now. And that's just on the foundational level of gender. We've also got stuff about identity, right? Identity is being polarized. Now people are going to ultimate extremes to fit into an identity that they didn't create. They found it online, and now they say, that's me. I identify with that, and I'm literally going to change my entire reality to fit this thing that I identify with. I'm looking at the follower count to see if anybody's dropping off after that. Yep, there we go. 4 of them left. 4 of them left. But I'm correct. These things are egregores, right? These things appear at the mental level. And when a person comes into contact with them, if they are not strong enough in their identity, they will start to mold themselves after that thing. I'm telling you, I've been affected by it. You've been affected by it. And listen to me. Don't get me wrong. I'm not talking trash about any of that stuff, right? Some people can really pull the look off, and some people can really make these different identities work for them. I'm not talking about the content. Oh, they're still dropping. Damn, I didn't mean to offend that many. What I'm saying is the context, y'all. This thing doesn't belong to you. You didn't make that. It came into contact with you and you were swallowed up by it. That's how egregores work. That's how thought forms work. You feel what I'm saying? Like, it's not a new thing. There's nothing new under the sun. When you see something that powerful, that overtakes people like a wave, that's a living entity on a higher plane. And these people you're seeing are essentially batteries to fuel its existence. So all these people who are fitting these descriptions like that, right? You got to ask yourself, where did it come from? I didn't give my opinion, so you can't say Travis May just said this, that, or a third. I can surely care less. The God gonna get his regardless. But let's not forget that nothing originates on the physical plane. Everything originates in the higher planes. Because honestly, these egregores are a beautiful thing, right? Look at Hecate. Hecate is eating big, fat, juicy steaks off of that egregore that I described. You feel me? If you learn to get a skill that can serve that egregore, you become a high priest of that egregore, right? You can become a high priest of the BBL goddess, right? It's a BBL goddess somewhere in the mental plane. And if you learn how to do BBLs, you have become her high priestess and she will take care of you, right? Listen, magic is not, and spirit work is not just what you think it is. It's not no Baphomet and demons in hell. Any of these egregores that have a strong human following, if you serve them, they will serve you. And you don't have to sell your soul. Remember what Dion Fortune talked about, sacrifice? What kind of sacrifice do you have to do to become a high priest of the BBL goddess? Well, you probably have to get some training on how to make... Dang, a lot of folks dropped off. You probably have to sacrifice your time and your energy to get some training on how to do that, right? Somebody can make sense of what I said. To some people it don't feel good, I know, but I would not be doing my job if I didn't bring this stuff up. Anna Molly says, high priest of the butt stallion. I love it. And by the way, it's not just a dirty joke. The butt stallion is the name of my crystal unicorn. Ooh, I better plug this phone in. I better serve the battery gods before they unleash their wrath. Willie James Huff, better known as Allah Rakbar. Hello! Sun God Shaman says you can embody the power of an egregore. You create a servitor, all that. Yes, you can. Or you don't have to waste your energy and just find one that's already created and highly well fed and learn how you can work with it. I don't think there's much reason for me to create brand new egregores anymore because, hell, humans have been here for an extremely long time. All the egregores that I could ever come up with are already made. So why not just take what's already juiced up, right? Christopher Ramdatan says, has any dude gotten a BBL? LOLs. Yes, absolutely. You can see it on Instagram. And other places for sure. Hollow Vegeta says, BBW, hashtag BBW life. Indeed, my friend. Yamaika says, likeness of the fertility goddess. And see, that's why you're one of my favorite students. Because nothing new under the sun. What we call the BBL goddess actually has a name, right? You guys have seen that statue, haven't you? What's that statue called? Venus of Huttendorf or something like that? I don't know. But that's not a new thing. Now check this out. Let's take this a step further. Of those three goddesses that I showed you, because I told you that there's only three goddesses, which one of those three goddesses would be the BBL goddess? Would it be Durga? Would it be Saraswati? Or would it be Lakshmi? That's what I mean when I say there's only three. Because each and every single one of them are going to relate to one of the other three. Society just says, Hekate, do you need some help? I could take the pictures of before and after for you. Hekate Goddess says 12 years. It takes 12 years. That's the sacrifice right there. And look, for that sacrifice, like I said, no sacrifice goes in vain. No sacrifice goes in vain. Hekate says, trust me, girls trust me, and I give results. That's what I'm talking about. And Amali says, funny, just thinking about the Energizer Bunny, probably harnessing some rabbit hair archetype. Yes, and I bet if you research further, you'll find that it has a name. Hollow Vegeta says, let us not forget, a stallion is a male. Why do guys keep saying that? Listen, man, ignorance runs rampant. Or maybe they know what they're doing. Archangel Raphael says, where are we in the Kali Yuga? Do you think society is heading towards a golden age, LOL, or is it all what we make of it? Definitely heading towards a golden age. That's why it's so good that we find ourselves in such an ignorant time frame, because that means the sun's about to come up. And if you do some research, you'll see that the time calculations of this age start to get kind of trippy. So it's closer than you think, but it's also further than you think. In the early days, some of the yugas were changing as fast as 5 years. So keep your eyes open and stay focused on yourself. Thank you, Mr. Kokoala. Venus of Willendorf. Thank you. Thank you, Animali. Venus of Willendorf. Hillwood 365. Peace, peace. Azrael Walker says, deck on you like Yu-Gi-Oh, right? All right, let's keep going. But basically that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a lesson. You know what I'm saying? That's just something to be aware of. Like, this stuff is not foreign. You can connect it to everyday life. There's a reason why there's this image of quote unquote beauty that everyone is trying to, all these women are trying to subscribe to. That is the force and the effect of living data, of a program that exists on a subtle plane. It's not a coincidence. And it's also not a group of evil old white men in suits in some building somewhere. Yes, let us manipulate the world. No, that's not how things work. All right, y'all, it's been 2.5 hours. Holy cow. Number 19. When a new phase comes in on a group mind scale, it is upon the least enlightened, the most crowd minded, that its influence is the strongest. Listen to that, y'all. This is relative to what we just finished talking about. So these segues actually are not a waste of time because it all ties in. Check this out. Check this out. When a new phase comes in on a group mind scale, right? So when one of these new phases that we just talked about, when it comes in on a group mind scale, it is upon the least enlightened, the most crowd minded, that its influence is the strongest. Uh oh. Uh oh. The cultured always tend to stand aside from extremes. This was written in what, 1936? She didn't even get to see the BBL goddess archetype. But ain't nothing new under the sun, because this is a context. These waves have been happening over humanity since humanity has been, and it will continue. There's always going to be a new wave, and there's always going to be groups of people who are least enlightened that are going to take it up first and go hard with it. I'm talking about, man, I don't have to tell you, you've seen it. You've seen it. We see this clearly indicated in the line taken by various types of journalism. Popular journalism is crying out for the free use of the cat as a punishment for crime, for the repudiation of debts and international agreements, for, in fact, a general slashing around with the sword of Gibera. There is on every hand a growing tendency to stand no nonsense from anybody, a tendency which makes negotiations exceedingly difficult to carry on, for Gibera is at his worst as a negotiator. So if you're doing any kind of ritual for negotiation, you might not want to use Gibera. You might not want to use Shiva or Durga or Kali or Lilith, because they're at their worst as a negotiator. His one contribution to the discussion being that of the Greek soldier who took out his sword and cut the knot. Basically, there's a story about these people arguing about the best way to untie a knot. These philosophers and all the smart people of the town are trying to philosophize and argue about the best way to untie the knot. The soldier comes out, pulls out his sword, and slices it off. That's how Gibera negotiates and debates. Al Dickey says, Trav, I was telling my brother a few days ago we used to be Muslim, and I told him Allah was a charged up super entity we can work with, still like Jesus. Absolutely. Absolutely. It is all there for you. Because here's the thing. Before, in our young, immature spiritual state, these things ruled over us. The same way that the BBL goddess rules over the probably millions of women that serve her. But then you can rise above to a point where you let the goddess serve you. Now maybe you're the one profiting off of BBLs, right? I'm giving the shout outs and the shine to Hecate Goddess because I know she knows what she's doing. I know. Petty Midnight Gospel says that story is actually called the Gordian Knot Story. Look it up. Thank you. The Gordian Knot Story. Society Eject says, so I'm thinking about Juggernaut. His suit is red and black. He is also the stepbrother of Professor X. Oh, okay. So I can see the balance, right? The balance. Juggernaut is definitely Gibera. Big Meech. Peace. Peace. Big Meech says, Trev, I'm a random lurker. I have a question. Would you recommend any books to read before studying Dion Fortune's mystical Qabalah? Well, I would most definitely recommend all the books that I have read on live stream this year, because literally I mapped this all out to lead up to this point, right? The people who have been following my book study at least since January, I know y'all probably have the deepest understanding of this content right now. But honestly, dude, if like I don't know what level you're at, but if you're like a absolute wet behind the ears beginner, you probably want to read the Kabbalion first. Get the Kabbalion, read that. Definitely get the Kabbalion. Get a book called Liber, Null, and Psychonaut. That's a book about chaos magic, and that's going to help you to understand the flexibility of mind and belief. It's going to help you also get into this deeper stuff, because if your mind isn't flexible and you try to get into the stuff, it's going to confuse you, it's going to piss you off, it's going to make you self-doubt. All those other things are going to happen with an inflexible mind. So I would recommend getting into some chaos magic to help to y'all know the word for making your muscles more flexible, help it to increase the flexibility of your mind. But if you read some books and you're somewhat learned and you have a flexible mind, then you can grab something like this, The Ladder of Lights. It is equally deep from a different angle, but it's more practical, I would say, more down to earth. But don't sleep on it now. This ain't no easy book. I would also say something like The Practical Guide to Kabbalistic Symbolism. The guy who wrote this book, A Practical Guide to Kabbalistic Symbolism, Gareth Knight. See that? He's actually a contemporary and a student of Dion Fortune. So that's almost like a newer, more modern version of the book. So he breaks it down a little bit differently. All these are great to read. Honestly, don't doubt yourself and don't be scared. Buy this book and read it. Try it. Tackle it head on. Go for it. Highlight it. This is my 5th reading of this book, and the first 2 times I didn't understand a damn thing, but I tried it. And sometimes you learn stuff by challenging yourself. So, man, follow along with these book studies. These book studies are literally the easiest and quickest, most efficient way to learn mystical Qabalah, hands down. Hands down. Aside from learning it from Dion Fortune herself, or somebody that was alive when she wrote this book and read this book and taught this book, I mean, shit, I'm gonna say it. The next best thing is listening to these live streams. Period. But yeah. Those books, and also Ophiel. Ophiel has a book called Kabbalistic Magic by Ophiel. The Art and Practice of Kabbalistic Magic. That's another good one. Ophiel is an overall great occult teacher. He's very advanced, but he committed himself to write for beginners. So anything by Ophiel. And as a heads up, by special request from MC Maestro, I'm gonna do the book read of The Art and Practice of Talismanic Magic, because this is like the one that I did not do. One of the 2 that I did not do. And since I'm going to be getting into egregores in October, that's going to be where we're headed in October. That's just right on time. You dig? So let me know if that was helpful to you and anybody else. Okay. Occult Topics with the Professor says the Juggernaut is one of the names for the Chariot card, and so would definitely be Gibarah. Oh, that's nice. Azrael Walker says the Oracle of Fortuna got me into Tarot 2020. Nice. Stuff Dog 69 says the only way to learn stuff, if you ask me. Peace, Stuff Dog. Peace. All right, let's keep going. Whew. You know, I really don't aim for these things to be 5 hours long, but it be that way sometimes, y'all. now. Uh-oh. Underlay, mama, uh-oh. What's poppin' tonight? Underlay, mama, uh-oh. With the head right, nothing there, head night. I'm a sucker for cornrows, manicured toes. What happened to the days of simple rap, man? What happened to them days? Now we talking about right foot creep. Ooh, I'm walking with the heater. Look around, stay low, make sure they don't see you. Catch him bad, walk down, hoping they don't see him. The devil under your feet. You're on the way to see him. If that's not a Gibera chorus, I don't know what is. Right foot creep. Ooh, walking with the heater. The devil under your feet, you're on your way to see him. It's catchy, I can't lie. 20. Now, the initiate, knowing that phase succeeds phase in rhythmic alternation, does not take any phase too seriously, right? So even though I talked all that stuff about the Venus of Willendorf, who's currently got a tight hold on the majority of women on planet Earth who have cameras, right? I can't say it's the majority of women on Earth, but I can definitely say the majority of women who are taking part in the social media experiment. She says here, now the initiate, knowing that phase succeeds phase, it comes one after the other, y'all, in rhythmic alternation. We know that, right? The initiate knows that, and we do not take any phase too seriously. Ooh, deja vu. Nor think that it is either the end of the world or the end of the millennium. Remember getting caught up in that? Every time we notice something happening worldwide, it's the end of days, y'all. It's the end of days. Oh my gosh, I used to love saying that. See, it's the end of days. The Bible said this was gonna happen. Knowing damn well the Bible didn't say none of this was gonna happen. The Bible said this was gonna happen, y'all. It's the end of days. No. We don't take any of this too seriously. We don't think it's the end of the world or the end of the millennium. He knows that it will run its course, being at first a valuable and necessary corrective, and in the end running to extremes. But provided there is sufficient vision among the Illuminati of a race, that's you, the people will not perish. For the very fact of extremes being arrived at indicates the end of a swing. So the fact that we're getting to such an extreme state of reality means that it's the end of the swing. So homie asked, if this is the Kali Yuga, does that mean we're on the precipice of the golden age? Absolutely. Exactly. You exactly right. Provided that there is sufficient vision among the Illuminati of a race, the people will not perish. For the very fact of the extremes being arrived at indicates the end of the swing. And the pendulum will normally reverse its motion and start coming back towards the center of stability. Guess what, y'all? When we talk about that pendulum swinging, it's not just a arbitrary example. It's swinging from one pillar to the next, from one to the next. That's the swing. So we're going from Rajas to Sattva to Tamas to Sattva. That's your 4 cycles, right? Golden age, whatever age, golden age, Kali Yuga, is swinging back and forth, back and forth. Now guess what? This is happening every day. This is happening every second. This is what time is. The swing between Rajas, Sattva, Tamas, Sattva, Rajas, Sattva, Tamas. Over and over and over again. Now, because this swing is not an absolute, but a gradient, it can be quite difficult to know when we're here or here or here. Because by the time it hits here, it's already on its way over, right? By the time it hits here, it's already moving. But it's just like the moon, right? Full moon, waxing moon, new moon, waning moon, full moon, right? It's a pendulum. Or rather, that's actually happening down here. Up here, it's more like summer, winter, spring, fall. You know what I'm saying? It's a pendulum. That's what time is. So what she's saying is, when you see the extremes happening, bearing fruit on the earth, that doesn't mean it's the end of the world. That means it's about to change. For those of you who do cryptocurrency and stock market stuff, take that into consideration. 1111. Thank you, Society Ejects. We caught it. We caught it. Get in there! Hell yeah! Get in there! Hell yeah! Archangel Raphael says, my cousin cried his heart out on his mom's lap back in 1999, thinking Y2K was going to end us all. It was funny because he always had a tough guy persona, but that night exposed him. Oh, man. Whew, that's hard right there, man. That's a hard thing to watch. Someone with a very strong character getting broke down like that, it does something to you. It's not a pretty sight. Get in there! Hell yeah, get in there! Alright, y'all. Listen, I gotta stay on task. I don't know what to blame this on tonight, but there's a certain energy of, you know what? I'm gonna blame it on Gibra. I'm feeling very Gibra, that's what it is. Or maybe it's this Mountain Dew Code Red. Maybe that's the answer. My son's not supposed to have Red 40, so I'm probably not supposed to have it either. The devil under your feet, you're on the way to see him. Alright. Mind over matter. So, the very fact of extremes being arrived at indicates the end of a swing, and the pendulum will normally reverse its motion and start coming back towards the center of stability. It is only when vision is completely lost to a people that the pendulum is allowed to fly off its hook into self-destruction. It is only when vision is completely lost to a people. Remember what I said at the beginning of this video. You are learning this information for a reason. This is need to know information. Everybody doesn't get this info. And everybody who has this book don't read it. And everyone who reads this book doesn't get it. And everyone who gets it doesn't apply it. This is need to know info. I'm trying to tell you this. Listen to what she just said here. It is only when the vision is completely lost to a people. It's because of discussions like this that keep this vision going. So thankfully, because of you, our society won't be completely destroyed. No matter how hard we try. It is only when the vision is completely lost to a people that the pendulum is allowed to fly off its hook into self-destruction. Rome did it. Carthage did it. More recently, Russia has done it. But even when social organization breaks down and the pendulum has gone off into space, the principle of rhythm is still inherent in all manifesting existence and re-establishes itself as soon as any sort of organization begins to arise out of the wreckage. Our work is never over. NERD, nothing ever dies. The great weakness of Christianity lies in the fact that it ignores rhythm. I remember posting this on my Facebook one time. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. Who on Facebook is going to sit here and read this and get this? Man. I thought I was being deep too now. The great weakness of Christianity lies in the fact that it ignores rhythm. It balances God with the devil instead of Vishnu with Shiva. So listen, there's a reason why I keep saying there's only 3 gods. Because see, where y'all came from was this paradigm of God and devil, good and evil. But that's not an efficient paradigm. That's not an efficient framework. This is why people are confused, because it's not God and devil. And nowhere in the Bible or anywhere does it state that the devil is equal to God. That don't even make any sense. Because if the devil was equal to God, really, this would be a whole different system. Vishnu and Shiva, they're not enemies. They're not at war. As a matter of fact, they're manifestations of the same entity. So look what she says. The great weakness of Christianity lies in the fact that it ignores rhythm. It balances God with the devil instead of Vishnu with Shiva. And because of what we've learned straight from the Vedic texts, we can say that it's not even a dual system. It is a three-part system. That's what we learned, right? It's not Vishnu and Shiva, it's Vishnu, Shiva, and Brahma. Because what she's really saying underneath these titles is Tamas, Sattva, and Rajas. But if to be fair now, what we've also learned from the Vedic texts is that there's Tamas and there's Sattva, and Rajas is what oscillates in between. It's Rajas that gets us out of Tamas and towards Sattva, and what takes us away from Sattva towards Tamas. So to be fair, there's that. Its dualisms are antagonistic instead of equilibrating, right? God versus devil, that's dualistic instead of equilibrating, because the devil's not equal to God. But Vishnu, Shiva, and Brahma, they're equal to each other. So they're equilibrating, and therefore can never issue in the functional third, there she goes, in which power is in equilibrium. Its God is the same yesterday, today, and forever, and does not evolve with an evolving creation, but indulges in one special creative act and rests on its laurels. The whole of human experience, the whole of human knowledge is against the likelihood of such a concept being true. She literally just said, the whole of humanity, the whole of knowledge, and the whole of nature is literally against the concept of God versus the devil. What you can see with your eyes literally disproves the concept of God versus the devil. That's not a true or efficient framework. But what would make more sense is a balanced framework of darkness and light and energy which moves us in between darkness and light. Does this make sense? Or was that just a bunch of words? Let me know. And what I'm asking you, I'm not saying are you smart or are you dumb? I'm saying is was that clear what was said here, or does that need a little bit more elucidation? Petty Midnight Gospel says, yes, it adds up. All right, good. Since you're the only one who answered, I will take your word as the voice of everyone. 22. The Christian concept being static, not dynamic, it does not see that because a thing is good, its opposite is not necessarily evil. It has no sense of proportion because it has no realization of the principle of equilibrium in space and rhythm in time. So remember, when we're dealing with this tree, especially everything below the abyss, listen to this. Everything below the abyss has to answer to space and time. So when you're dealing with things that are beyond the abyss, you go ahead and factor out space and you go ahead and factor out time. If what you're talking about has to do with space and time, it can be found under the abyss, okay? And what I mean is that's the microprosopus. That is Chesed, Gibera, Tifereth, Had, Netzach, Yesod, Malkuth. Everything underneath the abyss and Doth has to answer to time and space. So you have to have a mental framework that allows for balance, for equilibrium in space and rhythm in time. Remember, when dealing with time, for an efficiently functioning system, there's got to be a rhythm. And for an efficiently functioning system of space, there has got to be equilibrium. Now, I talked about how there's only three goddesses. Make sure in your home, you have a space dedicated to those three aspects of reality. Not three people, not Durga, Lakshmi, Saraswati as people, but three expressions of reality. Three expressions of reality. Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. Because if nothing else, it allows your subconscious mind and unconscious mind to know, hey, I'm figuring this thing out. I know a little something. I'm not just out here getting BBLs because I'm insecure. But basically, what she said in 21 is that the weakness of Christianity is that it sets up a meta program of God versus the devil. Because even though the Bible says the devil is not equivalent to God, the fact that the devil is the enemy of God in people's minds, they're automatically making the devil as powerful as God. And you hear it in the speech of these Christians, trying so hard to fight against the devil. But if they understood that God is the power and devil is just an aspect of God's power, you don't have to worry about the devil. You just focus on God. But the fact that Christians have this God versus the devil paradigm as a meta program, it controls everything else. Just like you're a born sinner, that's a meta program. So however you interpret the word sinner, you think that you cannot escape from it. So that literally controls everything you do. It's a meta program. It's a program that's running above and beyond everything else. Now, if you delete that meta program of God versus the devil and replace it with something more balanced, then everything that you do will have a background of balance, right? Because we're learning about the Samkhya system that talks about the three aspects of reality: generator, operator, destroyer. So now the devil isn't some enemy that we cast our shadow upon and try to kill. We can integrate it by realizing that tamasic aspect of reality is still a part of God. It's not evil. It's another expression of reality. Destruction is necessary. You don't want that sickness, them virus germs in your body to continue to multiply. You want them destroyed. So destruction is a necessary thing, right? You don't want to be on the clock forever, sweating, breaking your bones and your muscles. You want that shift to end so you can go home, right? So when you replace your meta program with generator, operator, destroyer, with Shiva, Vishnu, Brahma, or whatever you want to call it, right? These are not people. These are concepts. So instead of light versus dark as being against each other, you'll see that there is light, there is dark, and there's in between, and there's motion in between. Once you start thinking as that as your meta program, as your behind the scenes program, the rest of reality begins to shift according to that. It becomes equal, balanced. So that's what verse 21 is all about. Now, verse 22, the Christian concept being static and not dynamic, it does not see that because a thing is good, its opposite is not necessarily evil. It has no sense of proportion because it has no realization of the principle of equilibrium in space and rhythm in time. Consequently, for the Christian ideal, the part is all too often greater than the whole. Now, how can the part be greater than the whole? Meekness, mercy, purity, and love are made the ideal of Christian character. And as Nietzsche truly points out, these are slave virtues. I had to pause there. These are slave virtues. If you're being trained to be meek and mild and merciful and purity and turn the other cheek, nowhere is saying that these are bad things. But if you're trained to have these as a personality, you're very easy to manipulate. Very easy, right? Because you're not going to fight back. You're not going to exercise the Gibura concept because you have a meta program telling you that it's evil. You have a meta program in the back of your head telling you that standing up for yourself is bad. That being assertive is bad, right? That means that you're not going to stand up for yourself. And there's people who know this. There's people who know this. So they're going to run all over you and they're going to do it just enough to not spark that Gibura feeling in you. Hell, and they might even talk real sweet to you to make you think that you're doing the right thing, right? All you know, that's the Lord's will. You're always supposed to help those. You're always supposed to help those. That's the Lord's will. Turn the other cheek, right? I didn't say there's anything wrong with being meek and mild and merciful and having purity and love. There's nothing wrong with that. Please have that when it's necessary. But understand, you live in this same reality as I do. Sometimes other qualities are necessary. Y'all ever see those cheesy ass memes that has a person that's like, I might meditate, but I'll also knock a motherfucker out, right? And I have like a Buddhist monk with a gun or a cigarette or something cheap like that. Those memes are cheesy as hell. But there is a good point there. There's a time for meditation. There's also a time for activating the burner of God. Get the strap. The cosmic strap. Gibura. You feel me? Slave virtue. That's what Dion Fortune called it. Stuffed Dog 69 says I call that bitch shit. Man. Mystical Koala says, I always wondered what the meek shall inherit the earth meant. And keep in mind also now, please hear what I'm saying, yo. The Bible is not the problem. It's the people who interpret it and feed it to you, right? Don't get mad at the Bible. Don't get mad at no Bible verse. All these Bible verses are written by an occultist, which means that there is light encoded within those words. Nothing wrong with the Bible. I'm not talking shit about the Bible. But the people who fed Christianity to you, right? You're not mad at God. You're not mad at Christianity. You're mad at that pastor. You're mad at that deacon. You're mad at that usher. You're mad at that lady who pinched you sitting in the front pew because you was not paying attention. Those are slave virtues. There should be room in our ideal for the virtues of the ruler and leader: courage, energy, justice, and integrity. Christianity has nothing to tell us about the dynamic virtues. Consequently, those who get the world's work done cannot follow the Christian ideal because of its limitations and inapplicability to their problems. Look, the world leaders and the people y'all celebrate, they cannot live by the Christian training. They can't, because it wouldn't make no damn sense. It wouldn't make sense. They can measure right and wrong against no standard save their own self-respect. The result is the ridiculous spectacle of a civilization committed to a one-sided ideal, being forced to keep its ideals and its honor in separate compartments. So there's no integration here. There's compartmentalization. And that can quickly turn into a mental sickness. The meek mills shall inherit the earth. Coop the villain, peace. I might meditate, but I'll still smack a bitch up. Man, you have to put all that. Just put, I'm trying to be peaceful. Don't test me. But, you know, whatever. I don't care. Framestar Film says crook and flail. Right. See, and that's the thing. Like in the beginning of this chapter, those were some of the symbols of Gibura. The flail is like a whip, right? The crook, as we mentioned, that's what herds the sheep back into the flock. One for guidance and one for punishment. One for Gibura, one for Chesed. Hala Vegeta says, EPMD said, smack me and I'll smack you back. Strictly business. When I was very little, my dad had that cassette tape. And every time I went to go do laundry, I remember looking at that cassette tape, black and white. EPMD, strictly business. And to think, all these years, I've never really listened to it. I should definitely pull that up. Oh, cute. Thank you so much. All right. Continue. intellectual obesity. That's nice. Let's get there. 23. We need Gibura's realism to balance Gidula's idealism, quite as much as we need to temper justice with mercy. Right? So you see what she did there? Justice and mercy, Gibura and Gidula. We need Gibura's realism to balance Gidula's idealism, quite as much as we need to temper justice with mercy. Experience in the handling of children soon teaches us that the child that is never checked is a spoiled child. Remember that example we gave earlier? The child that is never checked is a spoiled child. That the youth who lacks the spur of competition is apt to be a slack youth. For it is only the few who will work for work's sake. And so it is with the nations. The monopoly, lacking the spur of competition, has always proved itself to be ineffectual. The non-competitive professions always suffer from intellectual obesity. The non-competitive professions always suffer from intellectual obesity. Can y'all think of a non-competitive profession? Somebody give me a non-competitive profession, and let's see if there's intellectual obesity there. But look what she said here also. The monopoly, lacking the spur of competition, has always proved itself to be ineffectual. That's one of the things that America got right. America will not allow a monopoly. There has got to be a competition. Now, at first, I thought, oh, well, it's because one company won't make all the money. But no, it's deeper than that. Because if just one company runs the show, that's going to hurt the system in more ways than just one. So you have to have Pepsi and Coke. You have to have McDonald's and Burger King. You have to have Dunkin' Donuts and Krispy Kreme. Right? You got to have the blue and the red. You have to. Even if they're owned by the same people, the general public needs to have both. You got to have Republican Democrat. You got to have Walmart and Target. But how much better if there were three? Occult Topics with the Professor says, I have to lay my game down. I'll finish up in the morning. As always, powerful insights and dope interactions. Great to have you, man. Good to have you on the live. Hopefully we will chop it up soon, man. I enjoyed the podcast that you were featured on. Hopefully, I'll get you on my podcast. Which is coming soon, y'all. Coming soon. We're working on it behind the scenes. Me and Apollo Soul. We want to do it right. So we're actually recording a bunch of episodes before we unleash it. So that way, as they release, there's not going to be a gap of just waiting for the next episode. You know what I mean? I'm learning to get better as I go. Because I know with me, I have up periods and down periods. In my down periods, I don't really produce much. But in my up periods, I produce a lot. So what I'm learning is to produce a lot and not put it all out right away. And that kind of helps me to stay consistent. It helps you to learn your cycles instead of trying to force yourself to do what's not natural. Hala Vegeta says, I'm losing my mind from you saying that. Saying what? Hikate says, you have to have BBL, honey, and a slim fit belly. Hikate, do you have competition in your hometown? You might need to train an apprentice, one who you know is going to betray you, so that you can have yourself some healthy competition. That's like a Sith power move, to train an apprentice knowing that they're going to become your enemy. I think America does that. Oops, wasn't supposed to say that. Stuff Dog says the third between Target and Walmart is staying my ass at home and not buying shit, or Amazon. Amazon is Sattva because you don't have to go nowhere to get it. Woo! Is that why I love Amazon so much? A little too much. Never too much, never too much. America, I could be one of your kids. White America, little Eric looks just like this. I had a white girlfriend at the time that album came out, and she didn't know what to buy me for my birthday, so she got me the Eminem CD. That's the only reason that I know Eminem songs, because I know that album. Other than that, I don't really know any Eminem. That was the same album that had this looks like a job for me, so everybody come follow me, because we need a little controversy, because it feels so empty without me. Yeah, that's the one. That's when that track came out. That's the only reason I know all those songs. Now, talk about before BBLs were popular. Holy cow, I had no idea. Jeez Louise, goodness gracious. Samskaras. Let's get back to work. Golly. I had to stop and think about that for a minute. God damn. All right. Where were we? Intellectual obesity 24. Gibera is the dynamic element in life that drives through and over obstacles. The character which is lacking in Martian aspects never gets to grips with life. Again, the character which is lacking in Martian aspects never gets to grips with life. Those who have had to depend on a non-Gibera breadwinner know that love is not a complete solution of life's problems. Yikes. I had to highlight that. Those who have had to depend on a non-Gibera breadwinner know that love is not a complete solution of life's problems. Have y'all ever had an experience with a non-Gibera provider? When things get tough, they try to love their way through. It's all right. We'll figure it out. Love will get us through. Nothing wrong with that. But what she said here was, that's not a complete solution to life's problems. Things can get hard being that kind of person. Now Eminem is cemented into my memory. Once again. We must learn to love and trust the mailed warrior with the sword, as well as divine love, which gives us the cup of cold water and says, "Come unto me, all ye that are weary and heavy laden." Rafa Mama, peace. Alora, peace, peace. Hot diggity dog. When we have learnt to kiss the rod and realize the value of astringent experiences, we have taken the first of the Gibera initiations. And when we have learnt to lose our lives in order to find them, we have taken the second. There is a certain type of courage which does not fear dissolution. And we talked about that, y'all. You're going to need that kind of courage when it comes to the Sephirah Doth. You feel me? She says there's a certain type of courage which does not fear dissolution, for it knows that all spiritual principles are indestructible. And so long as the archetypes persist, anything can be rebuilt. Listen, I know I highlighted it already, but y'all gotta learn how to recognize these gems when y'all see them, man. Y'all gotta learn how to recognize these gems when you see them. She said there's a certain type of courage which does not fear dissolution, for it knows that all spiritual principles are indestructible. And as so long as the archetypes persist, anything can be rebuilt. Gibera is only destructive to that which is temporal. It is the servant of which is eternal. Please, y'all, highlight that. If you don't have the book, screenshot that. Circle that. Put a gold sticker on it. That's powerful on multiple levels. And that right there, and that's what I mean. You can tell where somebody is at based on the questions they ask. What I said at the beginning of this video also is, don't tell me, right? It's not for you to tell me like, yeah, I'm there, Trav. I'm ascended. Like, don't tell me that. That doesn't do anything for you. You got to know it yourself. And what is it that you have to know? Right? I made this video about Doth. You either know or you don't. You is or you ain't. There's a certain type of courage which does not fear dissolution. Are you afraid of dissolution? I'm not afraid of death. Now, don't get me wrong. Of course, I don't want to feel pain, right? I don't want to be sliced up. I don't want to hurt. I don't want to get shot and have to bleed out. Nobody wants that. But I'm not afraid of actually dying. I'm not afraid of that. Oh, well, I didn't leave a legacy behind, or, oh, I have to do this, and, oh, I didn't do that, and I never had a threesome. No, none of that stuff. None of that stuff. When it's time to go, it's time to go, period. Period. I'm not going to beg. I'm not going to plead. I'm not going to cry. Like, let's go. Hey, fuck it. That's it. Right? She said that there's a certain type of courage which does not fear dissolution. Why? For it knows that all spiritual principles are indestructible, y'all. Indestructible. What I am is indestructible. I'm not this body. I have it now, and it's glorious, but it has a time limit. Meanwhile, what I am does not have a time limit. It doesn't even exist within time or space. This wonderful body is only leasing this soul. What a blessing. What a friend we have in Jesus. For it knows that all spiritual principles are indestructible, and so long as the archetypes persist, anything can be rebuilt. Listen, what you are and who you are is framed after an archetype. And when you start to find what archetype you're actually built after, then you really start to get that courage, because you start to see you're not that person with the government name that you thought you were. You're actually emanating from an archetype, right? But remember what you said in the previous chapter. People who haven't reached the initiation of Chesed are stuck in the illusion of Yesod. So they'll go off thinking, oh, I'm the reincarnation of Tahuti. I'm the reincarnation of whatever. Which may be true, but guess what? That don't mean shit. So is everybody else. Everyone else is a reincarnation of some type of energy and an archetype, mostly unconsciously. I know what energy I am, but that don't mean I'm gonna sit up here and make a bunch of videos to broadcast it. Why would I do that? What does that serve you? It doesn't, but it serves me in knowing that what I actually am is something that is indestructible. When the body dies, guess what? I am back as the archetype that I have always been. And guess what? If I still need to have Kobe beef and a threesome and get the PS5 or whatever, anything can be rebuilt. This ain't the end, and this ain't the first rodeo. Qabalah is only destructive to that which is temporal. That's why you can't take this body with you across the abyss, because it is temporal. It is made out of what? Time and space substance. You can't take nothing that's made of time and space across the abyss of Doth. You can't take anything which is made of time or space across Doth. That's what Qabalah is there for, to break that shit down. It is the servant of which is only eternal. For when by the acid activity of Qabalah, all that is impermanent has been eaten away, the eternal and incorporeal realities shine forth in all their glory, every line revealed. Tell me y'all get that. I'm not going to read it over again, but let me tell you that is a powerful verse. Like I said, you better highlight it, screenshot it or something. Please understand that. You don't have to tell me that you're woke. You need to look in the mirror and tell yourself that. Read that verse a couple times. Let that be your mantra. His heart song says, so it's pruning shit I don't need anyway, so relax, take it all no matter what it is. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Eternal. Eternal. About my father's business. I ain't going back and forth with you niggas, living my best life. "26. Gibera is the best friend we can have if we are honest." I can see at the time I wasn't ready for that quote. I keep mentioning this friend that I talked to today because I was actually checked. I was checked, and I hadn't been checked in a long time. I felt that Gibera force on this Tuesday. And at first, made me feel some kind of way. But then, I had to think about it. She didn't say nothing wrong. I was checked, and that was good. That was good. Because I got to see where the Gibera force was necessary. Gibera is the best friend we can have if we are honest. Listen, as great and as good as you are, as far advanced as you are, don't let it get too far. Don't let it get to your head. Right? Now, don't deny yourself the celebration when it's due, but also don't let it get to your head. Remember what she said a few verses ago. We got this bicycle with two wheels, right? Now, if you just sit still on that bicycle, you're going to fall off to the left or you're going to fall off to the right. It is the momentum that keeps you balanced. Keep going. Don't trash yourself and don't celebrate too hard. Just keep going. Just keep going. Because guess what? All your successes are in the past. And all your failures are in the past as well. Keep going. Gibera is the best friend we can have if we are honest. Sincerity has no need to fear his activities. Indeed, it is the greatest protection we can have against the insincerity of others. For there is nothing to equal the Gibera influence for debunking both persons and viewpoints. There's nothing equal to the Gibera influence for debunking both persons and viewpoints. Isn't that what I and some of us do with the neurolinguistic programming? Debunking persons and viewpoints. Not for the sake of proving someone wrong, but to help somebody cut through their own illusion. Right? What a gift to help someone cut through their illusion. So now they can get on with their lives instead of being trapped in a dream. Man. Framestar Film says, strength in your words when they're pure from the heart, standing on the shoulders of gnosis. Man, 70 people in the chat. I hope y'all see what I'm saying here. I hope that y'all really heard and read verse 25, because it got real quiet after that. "27. Gibera and Gijala must work together, never the one without the other." She makes a good point here. Whenever you see the sphere of Chesed and Gibera, think of these two as like the battery of the tree, right? It is these two that are the active and passive force that fuels this whole program. And here's the stabilizer. That's why Tiferet is in the very center. This is a bicycle, a piston pumping back and forth, back and forth. That's why it's called the pillar of mercy and the pillar of severity. Not the pillar of ding dong and hoo-ha. This is the pillar of mercy and severity. These are the two that have the most visible and impactful force on the whole tree. So when you think of this, think of a battery. A battery has a positive and a negative side, doesn't it? A bicycle has got two wheels, and you've got to stay balanced by momentum. Because if you sit still, you're going to fall one way or the other. So when you think of Gibarah and Chesed, remember it's a relationship. Think of them as a balancing of each other. The same way that study and practice balances itself with imagination. The same way that masculine and feminine balance themselves together. This is about relationships, not about one Sephirah, okay? I'm glad we had that talk. Now go clean your room. Giburah and Gidullah must work together, never the one without the other. We must adore the God of battles as well as the God of love, in order that the combative element in the universe may not break from its allegiance to the one God, I am that I am. The sword must not be cursed as an instrument of the devil, but blessed and dedicated in order that it may never be unsheathed in an unrighteous cause. It must not be cast aside as an impracticable pacifism, but placed at God's service, so that when the command goes forth that the evil thing shall not be suffered any longer, the mighty Kamael, archangel of Gibarah, may lead the seraphim into battle, not in destructive rage, but temperately and impersonally in God's service, in order that evil may be cleared up and good prevail. This Mars energy, this warfare energy, it's not about rage and madness. Look at Goku, right? When he goes into fight, he's not pissed off and angry. No. He's so balanced in his fighting. So balanced and harmonious. Now, he's not really a perfect Giburah example. He's more of a Tiferet. But just going to show that you don't have to be in a place of anger and rage to exercise the sword. As a matter of fact, it's a whole lot better when you're not in your feelings, because then you can think clearly. So Kamael, the mighty Kamael, the archangel of Gibarah, leads the seraphim into battle, balanced. Balanced. Stuffed Dog 69 says, my lightsaber is always turned towards my own personal bullshit. Got to be able to be honest with yourself when you in this thing, my G. Excellent advice. Excellent advice. You're looking for enemies, you're looking for people to fight. Well, understand that you're projecting your own shortcomings onto some strange mystery person. Framestar Film says, reminds me of the samurai code of not drawing the sword without drawing blood. Y'all know a more modern rendition of that quote, don't y'all? He says, the samurai code of not drawing the sword without drawing blood. Don't pull that thing out unless you intend to bang, right? That's some Gibarah stuff, isn't it? Don't pull out that sword unless you intend to draw blood. Don't pull out that thing unless you intend to bang. Let me see. Don't pull out that thing unless you intend to bang. Amen. Amen. Please be seated. So let's go. Mystical Koala says, if I'm not mistaken, Asmodeus rules the Cliffa of Gibarah. Rage is a misuse of the energy. Oh yes, sir. I'm talking to you. I don't have the demons of the Clip-Off memorized, but I'm pretty sure you're correct. So much has already been said concerning the nature of Gibera that a great deal does not remain to say in the analysis of the attribution. Uh-oh. 29. The Yetziratic text tells us that the fifth path is called the radical intelligence because it resembles unity. Matter of fact, I think I saw something I was going to highlight. Yeah, that's where it is. The sword must not be cursed as an instrument of the devil, but blessed and dedicated in order that it may never be unsheathed in an unrighteous cause. If you happen to have a sword, if you happen to have a burner of God, as they call Camael, maybe you should implement this into your ritual. The sword must not be cursed as an instrument of the devil, but blessed and dedicated in order that it may never be unsheathed in an unrighteous cause. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to recite over my sword. I'm going to dedicate it to Gibera, that it may never be unsheathed in an unrighteous cause. Thank you, Dion Fortune. That's actually a really, really good idea. Because I'll have to say, I had some internal guilt about having a weapon on my space. But going through this chapter, I see now. I see now. God has a burner. Peace out, Anna Molly. Have a good night. So, the Yetziratic text tells us that the fifth path is called the radical intelligence because it resembles unity. Now, unity is one of the titles applied to Kether. Therefore, we may say that Gibera is akin to Kether on a lower arc. There are several Sephirah, which are thus referred to in the Sefer Yetzirah. And these references are very important when arriving at an understanding of their nature. Chokmah is spoken of as the splendor of unity, equaling it. Of Bina, it is said that its roots are in Amen, which is also a title of Kether. 30. Gibera is a highly dynamic Sephirah, and its energy overflowing into the world of form and energizing it bears a close analogy to the overflowing force of Kether, which is the basis of all manifestation. 31. It is also said of Gibera in the Yetziratic text that it unites itself to Bina, understanding. When we recall that in astrology, Saturn, the mundane chakra of Bina, and Mars, the mundane chakra of Gibera, are called the greater and lesser infortunes, we see that there must be more than a superficial connection between the two. 32. Bina is called the bringer in of death because it is the giver of form to primordial force, thus rendering it static. Remember we learned about that 3 chapters ago? The father of life and the mother of death. Bina is called the bringer in of death because it is the giver of form to primordial force, thus rendering it static. Gibera is called the destroyer because the fiery Mars force breaks down forms and destroys them. Thus we see that Bina is perpetually binding force into form, and Gibera perpetually breaking up and destroying all forms with its disruptive energy. You get that? You see the relationship? And it helps to see the picture. Bina is right on top of Gibera. Bina brings in death by taking force and making it static. Gibera is the destroyer because it takes that same form and busts it down. Now they're one on top of the other. And their functions seem different, but the context is the same. I love that. I love that. Stuff Dog says, bro, I got so much heat over here. I ain't never been ashamed of swinging that iron. Swinging the iron. Yeah, man. But, We all have our beliefs, and as long as they're being modified for efficiency, the work is being done. Swinging the iron. Why must it swing? 33. But equally, we must see that it is only when the protecting, preserving influence of Chesed is in abeyance that the destructive influences of Gibera are able to work upon the forms built by Bina. For the path of the emanations between Bina and Gibera is via Chesed, right? You got to go through Chesed in order to go to Bina or to Gibera. Bina and Gibera are balanced by Chesed, right? Gibera is the essential corrective of Bina, without which Bina would bind all creation into rigidity. So if everything just stopped right there at Bina, everything would be frozen into solid, gosh, dried up and terrible. But thankfully, we've got Chesed to expand it back out and Gibra to slice it all apart. So this is literally an efficient machine that is self-sustaining. Bina, in its turn, as is pointed out in the Yetziratic text, emanates from the primordial depths of Chokmah, wisdom. Thus, we see that there's a dynamic aspect even to Bina. No Sephirah is wholly of one kind of force, for each emanates from a Sephirah of the opposite type of polarity to itself, and in turn emanates a Sephirah of the opposite polarity. Dang. What we really have in the lightning flash is a successful phase of the development of a single force. Ooh. And because these emanate, but do not supersede each other, they remain as planes of manifestation and types of organization. Right? Whoa. So look at this now. Thus we see that there's a dynamic aspect even to Bina. No Sephirah is entirely one kind of force. For each emanates from a Sephirah of the opposite type of polarity to itself, and in turn emanates a Sephirah of the opposite polarity. Again, it's about these relationships and it's about a battery. If you've got one Sephirah of a certain type, you'll find on either side of it is the opposite type. So if we know that Chesed is expansive, then Bina and Gibera are going to be constrictive. And we know if Tifereth is harmonious, then Chesed and Gibera are going to be radical, polarized. Interesting. 34. These successive phases and planes of manifestation might be likened to the successive reaches of a river. It starts as a mountain stream. In the next reach, it's a series of rapids and waterfalls. Then come water meadows and placidity. And finally, the great waterway between docks bearing shipping. The different reaches of the river remain constant. The type of water in each is constant, clear and sparkling in the upper reaches, loaded with alluvia among the water meadows, and fouled with grime below the docks. But at the same time, the water itself is not constant, for it does not stagnate on any reach, for they are all in unbroken communication, the one with the other. They emanate each other, to use the language of the Qabalah. But the water changes its nature as it progresses because something is added to it by the experiences it undergoes in each reach. The alluvial soil from the water meadows, city grime from the docks. That's a good analogy right there. That is a good analogy right there. And she didn't choose these examples arbitrarily. Think about the tree of life itself and how the energy passes from the upper spheres to the lower spheres. The water's the same, but the nature of the water behaves differently. From waterfall to river stream, right? To still pond. It's the same water. The difference is at every level, as that water flows, something different is added to it. And it behaves differently. And of course, at the very bottom, the water is seen as kind of gross, but at the very top, the water is very pure, pristine. Just like the energy and the prana and the life force that's circulating throughout the tree of life. So, of course, we're going to find a lot of pond scum in Malkuth, but the water is the same water as Kether. Despite all the experiences and people we come into contact with, there's a pure soul deep down inside, for sure. The same pure soul that's yours, and the same pure soul that is God. Now, it may be covered with murk and grime, and catfish, and eels and crabs and shrimp. But it's the same soul, the same water nonetheless. And what we seek to do is to be like a salmon and swim upstream. Because in the higher levels, there's a little bit less pond scum and a different type of fish. Hell, I heard they had little mermaids a little further up. Under the sea. Under the sea.
Oh my god, I'm so happy they finally have a black little mermaid. This is gonna answer all of our problems.
Or they know that's going to sell a lot of tickets. Because y'all get excited by all types of trivial things. Framestar Film says Michael and Raphael at Tifereth, between and just below Gibra and Chesed. Severity and mercy.
This little mermaid speaks to us. I'm so glad we're represented.
Represented? You spending the same money that everyone else is spending. What do you mean? Y'all don't know what marketing gimmicks are. Getting excited because it's a black little mermaid. You're paying to see the same movie, the same exact movie. Oh Lord, Hey, we have to remember the same water, the same water, the same water. That's what Dion Fortune said. It's the same water. So you tell me all I have to do is make a character black, and I'm gonna make a bunch of money off of it. Yo, let me make some movies. You hear that, Framestar? If you want to be a big hit in America right now, all you have to do is pander to an audience that feels as if they're not being represented. Even though we're in the age of, you're in the same world as I am. I feel represented now. I saw a post, and I hope it was a joke, but somebody was like, look at how dedicated she is to the role. She even filmed this scene all the way at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. I honestly didn't know if it was a joke, considering the person who made the post. I don't know if that was a joke. I'm gonna assume it was. Man, I don't put nothing past these folks. Because that hero worship, like when you get to that point of hero worship, they just believe that they can do no wrong. So because it's a black little mermaid, she can now do the impossible, like film scenes at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. Well, let's hope that was a joke. There is a cognitive bias for that, actually. What's that? Under the sea. Under the sea. Do 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 do. I feel represented. All right, let's keep going. Okay, 35. So the primordial emanation of Kether becomes modified in each Sephirotic reach of the cosmic river. The reaches, or Sephirotic spheres, remain constant. The emanations flow on, undergoing modification in each sphere. So look, again, the Tree of Life is a context. Each of the spheres and the arrangement that they're in, that's not a thing, right? But you know that when you look at the landscape, the river is there. That means the water. What makes it a river is how the context, how the water flows and its qualities, right? What makes it a waterfall, right? How the water flows. What makes it a pond? Check this out. Every single time you look at it, it's going to be different water. I mean, it's the same water, but different molecules because there's movement. But it's always going to be the river and the lake and the pond. So likewise, you can identify what Gibera is based on how the energy is moving. You can know that it's Tifereth. You can know that it's Chesed, Had, Yesod based on how it's moving. But what is moving is actually going to be different. This is why I keep saying context over content. The content is going to change. It's going to flow. But the context remains. And it's us knowing how to read the context allows us to navigate better. Imagine if somebody didn't know the difference between a waterfall and a river because they're so focused on what's in the water. Right? They're probably going to get themselves hurt. The titles assigned to Gibera of strength, justice, severity, and fear speak for themselves and indicate the dual aspects of the Sephirah. Now that we are coming down the tree into the planes of form, we see more and more clearly that every Sephirah is two-sided and that its overplus tends to unbalanced force. 37. The magical image of a mighty warrior in his chariot, crowned and armed, indicates the dynamic nature of the Gibera force. The mundane chakra of the fiery Mars expresses even more fully the same idea. 38. The spiritual experience that is conveyed by initiation into the sphere of Gibera is the vision of power. It is only when a man has received this that he becomes an Adeptus Major. Listen. The right handling of power is one of the greatest tests that can be imposed on any human being. Up to this point in his progress, up the grades, an initiate learns the lessons of discipline, control, and stability. He acquires, in fact, what Nietzsche calls slave morality, a very necessary discipline for unregenerate human nature, so proud in its own conceit. With the grade of Adeptus Major, however, he must acquire the virtues of the Superman and learn to wield power instead of submit to it. What a challenge, y'all. But even so, he is not a law unto himself, for he is the servant of the power he wields and must carry out its purposes, not serve his own. Would y'all believe that that's a very tough challenge right there? You don't know what that's like until you're in those shoes. What did she say? She said you must acquire the virtues of the Superman, right? You must learn how to wield power instead of submit to it. What did I mention about Prakriti early? I mentioned that Prakriti can be approached from two angles, from within or from without. Approaching Prakriti from within means that you're one of her children. And while that's all well and good, the children must obey the mother, and all the children are destined to be destroyed. You can also approach Prakriti from without, as Purusha does. Prakriti must do what Purusha says. So look what she says here. He is a servant of the power he wields and must carry out its purposes and not serve his own. Though no longer responsible to his fellow men, he is still responsible to the creator of heaven and earth and will be required to give an account of his stewardship. So them pastors that be cheating the congregation, I hope they have a mighty, mighty framework. Because if they don't, Lucy, you got some explaining to do. Framestar Film says Clark and Kal-El, right? Same body, but two different modes. Superman could easily just be walking around here, like Hancock, but worse. But instead, he plays humble, meek, and mild because it serves the purpose that he set out to serve, right? He doesn't put on those glasses and that suit and pretend that he's this little humble Clark Kent because he's scared. No, he's doing it for a reason. Same thing with Peter Parker. Iron Man don't have to do that. Though no longer responsible to his fellow men, he is still responsible to the creator of heaven and earth and will be required to give an account of his stewardship. I am responsible to my gods. I am responsible to my highest ideals. I am responsible to Purusha. And I'm also responsible to Prakriti. But Prakriti does what I say. There's a balance, though. There's a balance. Because just because you got it, don't mean you cannot be checked at any moment. So it ain't nothing to brag and boast about. Because again, if you're not responsible to your fellow man, who the hell are you bragging and boasting to? 39. Great freedom is his, but also great strain. He can speak the world of power that unlooses the wind, but he must be prepared to ride the ensuing whirlwind. This is the thing that the amateur magician does not always realize. We talked last night about an amateur magician who used to speak about loosing the whirlwinds, but when them whirlwinds came to pick him up off that ground and took his clothes with him, and he had his camera recording the whole time, I'm sure that he may look back on that experience with an ounce of humility, if not a whole cup. I don't know. I have no idea what that person's doing right now. Like I said, I wish them the best. But I know that it can be difficult when you start walking around in this power and everyone's like, oh my God, you're so great. And you let that shit get to your head. The Bible says plain and clear, pride cometh before a fall. That's not a joke. Stay balanced, my friends. Stay balanced. Because when you read this information and your spark of light starts to become engaged and you start to become your own sun, it'll be real easy to start to believe that you the man or you the woman. But always remember balance. Please keep balance in mind. Because when you start forgetting it, you will be reminded. Now, at least in my experience, Prakriti usually gives me a couple of warnings. I don't know about you. Yeah, Micah. Have a good night, brother. Have a good night. Have a good night. Rest well, and hope you have a great day tomorrow. Speaking of which, okay, yeah. No, we don't have much longer to go. 40. The energy and courage, which are the virtues of Mars, and the cruelty and destruction, which are the vices, when these qualities run to excess, call for no comment, for they're self-explanatory. Ooh, Gerald Sunbright knows who I'm talking about. Good shit, man. Good shit. I knew somebody would get it. But like I said, no shade. God bless him. And I hope he's doing well. I learned a lot from that fellow, that's for sure. 42. Figures with a varying number of sides are assigned to the different planets, and in ceremonial or talismanic magic are used as the outline of any form associated with planetary force. To Saturn, the oldest planet, the first to develop in evolutionary time, is assigned the simplest two-dimensional figure, the triangle. The balanced stability of Chesed gets the four-sided figure, the square. And to the third planetary Sephirah, Mars, is assigned the five-sided figure. And 5 is looked upon in the Kabbalistic system as the number of Mars. Consequently, the pentagon, the five-sided figure, is the symbol of Mars, and any altar to Mars should be pentagonal or five-sided. I wonder how many horns Darth Maul has on his head. And any altar to Mars should be pentagonal or five-sided. Likewise, any talisman. The five-petaled Tudor rose, which is another symbol of Mars, requires more explanation. But when we remember the intimate association between Mars and Venus in mythology, and that the rose is the flower of Venus, we get a clue to the significance of the symbolism. The lines of force crossing over on the tree go from Gibra Mars to Netzach Venus through Tifereth, the place of the Redeemer, the center of equilibrium, in the same way that Chesed and Hod connect up, as is clearly indicated in the Yetziratic text, which says of Hod that it has its root in the hidden places of Gidolah, the fourth Sephirah. 43. Realizing then the intimate relationship between the diagonal pairs that form the four corners of the central square of the tree, we understand the linked relationship indicated by the form of the rose with its five petals. 44. The sword, the spear, the scourge, and the chain are all such characteristic weapons of Mars that no comment is called for. Look, I know that we're almost done, but I'll be right back. Brought to you after this message. My coffee pot busted and I got coffee grounds all on my drink. Hell no. It's lit. Okay. All right, where were we? 45. All right, so the 4 5s of the tarot pack are all evil cards, each according to its type. In fact, the whole suit of swords, which is under the presidency of Mars, represents contentiousness. For its best aspects are rest from strife and success after struggle. And where a sword card is associated with the Sephirah, whose mundane chakra is one of the astrological infortunes, the result is disastrous. And we find the lords of defeat and ruin in this suit. 46. Our ability to take the Gibara initiation depends on our ability to handle the Martian forces. And this is determined by the degree of self-discipline and stability we have attained in our own natures. Look, your ability to handle the Mars force has everything to do with your degree of self-discipline and stability. 47. Gibara is the most dynamic and forceful of all the Sephirah, but it is also the most highly disciplined. Indeed, the military discipline presided over by the god of war is a synonym for the sternest kind of control that can be imposed upon human beings. The discipline of Gibara must exactly equate with this energy. In other words, the brakes of a car must bear a relationship to its horsepower if it is to be safe on the road. Does that make sense? The brakes of a car must bear a relationship to its horsepower if it is to be safe on the road. Likewise, the discipline of Gibara must exactly equate with this energy. It is this tremendous Gibara discipline which is one of the testing points of the mysteries. We speak of an iron discipline, and iron is the metal of Mars. Cool. Swinging that iron. I tote that iron. I smoke, I drink, and I tote that iron. Was that Kirk Franklin? For those of you who got something to say about how I talk to my son, you don't know how lazy this motherfucker is. Somebody knows what I'm talking about. 48. The initiate of Gibara is a very dynamic and forceful person, but he is also a very controlled person. His characteristic virtues are an even temper and patience under provocation. It is well known on the sports field, which is the play aspect of the god of war, and we were talking about football earlier, that a loss of temper gives the game away. Don't you hate that? Gaming with somebody or playing with somebody who actually gets upset when it's not going their way. What a buzzkill. Like, we'll be in the Xbox party having fun, and then like there'll be the one dude that's actually getting pissed. Man, fuck y'all, man. Come on, man, what the fuck you doing? Ain't supposed to be da 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 da. Right? Actually getting mad because it's like, dude, it is just a game. Everyone is literally having fun except you. Where the fuck y'all at? What? You got killed because you're away from us. What do you mean where the fuck we at? You know, that kind of person. Where the fuck y'all at? It's called squad mode. Why are you over there by yourself? And then cussing at me. and there's worse examples in actual face-to-face sports. It is well known on the sports field, which is the play aspect of the god of war, that a loss of temper gives the game away. Every boxer knows that if he gets angry and starts fighting instead of boxing, the odds are against him. Look, I don't really watch I don't really watch sports, but every now and then when I go to my brother's room, like you know, what I'm saying he's watching sports. Last time we went there, we were watching an MMA fight, and I don't know these people's names, but it's like when I do stick around and watch, I like to watch for the strategy and the psychological aspect. You know what I'm saying? And it's funny because like I know that in the MMA stuff they do those little pre-fight montages, and what it looks like that's designed to do is to give you like a little subliminal character of that person. Like say for people like me who don't know who the hell any of these people are, and I could see like one dude was supposed to be the wild and crazy, unpredictable, and the other guy was supposed to be like the bully, right? He's the bully. And I saw those two attitudes actually playing out in their fight. And what I began to notice is like the wild and crazy, predictable guy, you know, he was predictable, but I'm watching what's happening, right? And I noticed that the bully dude, he took that character and used it against his weakness, right? So knowing that this dude is wild and crazy and predictable, he let him tire himself out. So the dude who was supposedly the bully or whatever, he's just playing it real slow, conserving his energy, while the wild and crazy dude is flipping and kicking and spinning and shit, getting more and more tired. It was clever. It was clever. And I noticed that as it went on, the bully, he kept shaking his head and turning his back on the dude, like, nah, this fight's over, this fight's over. And that caused to make the wild and crazy dude get a little bit more agitated, right? Because he's literally like defeating him in his mind already. He's saying, nope, this is over with. I don't even want to continue. This guy's already beat. But he's basically breaking his morale, basically being the bully that his character was trying to show. And the dude fell for all of it. So now he's wearing himself out. And even when he was at his weakest, the dude started to put on that front, right? And the dude fell for it. So now he's trying to exhaust himself even more. But I'm pretty sure the bully also did that because hell, he was getting tired too. But yeah, man, I didn't like sports before, but I love psychology. So I'm starting to see a layer of what I can appreciate. And I'm sure if I sat down and like say if I watched football with Stuff Dog, I would actually see something that I really can dig. You know what I'm saying? It's just before I never found anything that I found useful. But with what I've learned now, I'm sure that I can see the usefulness in anything. But yeah, that was just really interesting to see, you know, the psychology of these fighters. It was actually really cool. And then I'll have my brother sometimes tell me about basketball and like how the plays work and this person and what they do. And like, yeah, there's actually a lot of psychology involved. So it suddenly became really interesting to me. But anyways, I said all that to say that once that dude got into his feelings, it was game over. It was game over. Because he was now playing in the bully's frame. He was now playing in the bully's paradigm instead of sticking to his own paradigm. Maintain your frame. Al Dickey says Rocky did that with Mr. T. Yeah, man. Boxing, I see now, and probably every other sport is not just about the rules. Like there's a very human element to it, and that I think that's what's really cool. There's a human element to it. Ah, pity the fool. All right. Oh no, my chat went away. Oh well, we're at the end. So again, every boxer knows that if he gets angry and starts fighting instead of boxing, the odds are against him. The initiate of Mars is essentially the happy warrior. There's Goku. The initiate who has passed through the grade of Tifereth and gained equilibrium. 49. He fights without malice. He spares the weak and wounded. He does not set out to destroy the law, but to see to it that it is properly fulfilled. He is the corrector of the balance, and as such is always the defender of the weak and oppressed. He is never a god that is found on the side of the large armies, although he says, with the froward I will show myself froward. He takes that two-headed giant of the Clipoth, Teomiel, the dual contending forces, knocks his heads together and says, "A plague on both your house. Keep God's peace, or it will be the worse for you." So we'll find Camael with the underdog. 50. When a soul is at that stage of development, when the only way it can learn is by experience, Gibera sees that it shall not be disappointed. When it goes about looking for trouble, Gibera is the great initiator of the swollen-headed. Ooh, Gibera is the great initiator of the swollen-headed. When a soul is at the stage of development when the only way it can learn is by experience, hard head makes a soft ass. When you're at that point where the only way you can learn is by experience, Gibera sees to it. Gibera sees that it shall not be disappointed when it goes looking for trouble. Gibera is the great initiator of the swollen-headed. Not-headed niggas get knocked out a lot. Couple of lumps. Oh, okay, there's the chat. Cool. All right, so that is that. That was Gibera. That was cool. The Unfortunate is extremely insightful. I love it. That's great. Gibera, this chapter was awesome. But I will say this now. I will say this, and don't send a lightning bolt to burn me up. But I would have to say probably I enjoyed Gareth Knight's chapter on Gibera more than Dion Fortune's. Yep, I said it. Don't come for me. Don't bite me. I think I enjoyed what Gareth Knight had to say a little bit better. You know, and it's not a contest, but I think what he said, it really it hit me in a way that I didn't even expect. And that was Gareth Knight, chapter 11, actually, page 124, if you have a practical guide to Kabbalistic symbolism. So if you don't have this book, you can always watch the book reading that I did on that chapter. It might be kind of long, so you know, if you've got the physical copy, go ahead and read it. You want to get as much insight as you can. That's how you get a comprehensive understanding. All right. So that was good. That was good. That was wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, good, great. Beautiful stuff on this Tuesday. All right. So my break is slowly coming to an end, and it's about time for me to get back on with the one-on-one consultations. And as we wrap up the Shadow Work Mastery System, it's good to know what's coming next. Like I said before, I'm doing the whole shadow work thing to prep us for the Goetia. So what I kick off is a workshop about working with servitors and the legions of the spirits. Found some really, really interesting stuff. And I've officially got a really cool surprise on the way. You will definitely see it, but just letting you know, something's coming that ain't been done like this before. Yes, Prakriti has blessed me with an idea and the means to go about doing it. Gerald Sombright says, I really learned the importance of the necessary catabolic energy of Mars, getting rid of that which is unsuitable for spiritual growth. Yes, yes. So it is not at all about just going to war and knocking people on the head. Gibera is the
necessary discipline, the necessary severity, right? Because abundance can get out of hand if it's not checked. Anything can get out of hand if it's not checked. All right. So there you have it. That was fantastic. As usual, learned a lot and am continuing to learn a lot. Life is wonderful. Like I said, if you're learning this information, it's for a reason. You're not just here wasting time. This information must be used. It's on a need to know basis, so you don't get this info if it's not needed in your reality for some reason, right? You could be easily doing something else, but you chose to be here. All three of y'all chose to be here. That's a beautiful thing. Is we finish or we done? Because I ain't got no more talking. All right. So, see you next time. Yeah. At some point, probably Sunday, we're going to read another Ophio book all the way through, beginning to end. It might take 6 hours or longer. But we're going to go do it. Enjoy yourselves. Have a good night. Everybody say your good nights. Love you guys. Glad to be able to spend time with you all. And remember what she said about sacrifice, too. That was another big one. What she said about sacrifice and how it's willfully, like purposely, giving up something of the greater good for the greater good, right? Not about killing cats, but about sacrificing one good for a better good, and that no sacrifice is wasted, period. Even us committing to study is a sacrifice, and it has rewards, it has benefits, right? So keep all this stuff in mind. Keep in mind what you learned. All right? All right. So I'm headed out. Headed out. Checking, yeah. Cool, cool. Y'all have a good night. I think I'll grab myself something sattvic to eat. Yeah. All right. So this is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Love you guys. Peace. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to suffer.